Nope, I'm not waiting for the countdown. I'm not waiting for it right now. My goodness, good evening, everyone. Security, Hugin, Tolkien Otaku, Twisties. Good evening, Willie Style. What's going on, Willie? How you doing? Welcome in. Good evening. We got some, we have live astrophotography. The camera is out, the moon is up. Look at this. Look at this crescent moon. How is it going? Good evening, everyone. We're getting this thing started right now. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and this is exactly what this channel is all about. Sharing my love of astronomy, my view of outer space from my backyard here in central Ontario. We got some exciting things with the ASI Air. There has been an update, a particularly interesting firmware update. This is a live look at the moon right now. We have a very, very thin waxing crescent moon right now, and it is by far one of the most beautiful images we have had in quite a while. I think we can make things look a little better. Yes, good evening. Good to see y'all in here. CJ, how's it going? Let's turn that off. Salivating at that. Look at that crater. Look at that. It's a crater. It's a crater. It's just a crater. It's a crater. Dr. Derp, how you doing? Good to see you out here. My goodness, we got a double stream day. We have eyes on the sky. This is what we are looking at right now. A live view of the moon. And it is setting. So, you know, we all wanted to make sure that we got a nice view of the moon, but hope everybody's having a good evening. Hope everybody's had a good Sunday or rolling into Monday, wherever you may be. This morning we had our Lego build of the Monkey Kid Galactic Explorer. It was coming along very well. But we had some family over, so, you know, it was a hard cutoff time of about 1 o'clock. But we are back because of this. The skies are clear. We're taking a look at the moon at the moment, but there's some new features on the ASI Air that we'll be looking at shortly. But I wanted to get a nice look at the moon. So let's see about getting this thing a little more centered. Good evening, Lily. How you doing? Good to see you today. So yes, it is Sunday. I am leaving the drop game on, and all of our Monkey Kid related items. So if anybody does land for 98.5 or better, you get a gifted sub to the channel or a gifted sub to the community in your name, carrying on the Sunday tradition. So exclamation point drop throughout the stream if you want to join in on that. But we are taking some live images. You good? Hanging out with your boyfriend? Well, hello, Lily's boyfriend. Good to see you in here.
You should have gone.
Oh, well, I guess that's it for today, everybody. Take care, everyone. Oh, son of a biscuit. You're hanging out with your wink sock. Excellent. He didn't say hi. Mouth is full. But hello, everybody. How's it going? All right, let's get rid of this. So there's our full focal length of the moon.
By the power of Grayskull, I have the
So adorable. Hello, my love. How are you? It is pretty. Look at that. Okay, I think I need to... Let's go back to our live view. Sorry, not our live view, our focus. Let's get this in. We'll move it over a little bit here. I want to... Nope, the other way. You go like that. And you will come down a skosh. There we go. Happy chappy. Let's go back to our preview. Take a quick picture. Well, Forgot about the mustache. How you doing, Carlitos? There we go. There's a better shot of the moon. Now, if we... Let's see if we can get a little bit of earth shine on here. Let's do a bit of a longer exposure. Let's do like 10 seconds. Yes, we'll get the brightness of the moon, but we'll see if we can start to see a little bit of earth shine on this. Kajad, good evening. How are things with... Oh boy, how are things? How are things with your... There we go. We got a little bit of earth shine on the moon. Let's adjust that. There we go. This is something you don't see often, because even the crescent is so wildly illuminated that you don't actually get to always see the entire moon. Clip that for Dr. Becky. Tag it Toenail Moon. Right, exclamation point clip. We'll do that as well. And you guys can edit that afterwards. Doing okay. Excellent. Good to see you, Carlitos. And yay for clear skies. Outstanding. Also, do not, under any circumstances, watch Moonfall. Funny enough, Mrs. Canuck and I were talking about Moonfall. I have to watch it so I can complain about it. We have to look. That's what the dark side of the moon looks like. Yes. Just a little bit of... You overexpose it, and there you go. The moon is... The whole moon's always there. It's just hidden. All right, I think what I want to do is... all right, let's save that. But I want to get it in better... Get it better centered. I want to move it over and come down a little more. That should be good. Let's try it again. Dr. Dupe, no moon... Dr. Derp. I was reading so many different names here. No moon view for you. We have like we said, we got a very limited view of the moon. All right, let's do one more. That was moving. So you know what? Here is your view of the moon. I will happily share the moon with you right now. It's in the part of the sky. It's part of the sky. I just can't see from home. All right, there we go. Let's get a little bit of earth shine on the moon, as you can see the whole target. She's an astrophysicist on YouTube. Academic specialty is black holes, but Toenail Moon is one of her things on the channel. Oh, cool. All right. Yes, if somebody could wonderfully do that, take a clip. Now, do you want just the... I'm going to save this one. Because we don't often get to do the earth shine on the moon, so taking full advantage of this. Stares at Tom from the dark abyss of space. What's going on, Alex? How you doing? So Darby told me, that's me, Astro Canuck, that he had to start rating movies based on their accurate space stuff, if only to save me from listening to it. Well, you're still going to hear it while we watch the movie. NASA Muffin, how you doing? Good to see you tonight. Imagine my mic was off the whole time and nobody told me. It's one of those things I always worry about. Even though it's like right here. But this is so we're doing like 10-second exposures of the moon. We can go back. Actually, we'll go over to our live view. And, sorry, not our live view. Cancel that. We want to get some video of the moon. Settings. AVI, audio. We don't need any audio. That's fine. Excuse me, Moon, where are you? Where is all my... That's what we want. Oh, there we go. That's better, I think. Or is it region of... Okay, so they've changed up some of the locations of the tools here. You don't like watching movies with me anymore. You cringe whenever you see stars or a full moon or a moon that's been full for too long. They just don't watch Moonstruck. That's all. Ooh, we have a transit of the space shuttle. Are you okay? Filed your taxes today, so you feel a little relieved. Excellent. I think Toenail Moon on Twitter would probably get her attention. All right, I'll keep that in mind. All right, let's see about fixing this up. Oop, no, come on back, Moon. Which way? We want to get more of the interesting craters in here. Oh, no. Okay, that's good. We'll leave it at that. Let's get exposure. Maybe turn that down a little bit. We don't want to blow out this white air. This area. You don't want that to be too bright. The moon? Moon or Tom's head. This dude is so evil. Yeah, but look at that shawl collar. If so adorable, critiques all the all the fashion within a movie. All right, we'll leave it at that. White balance, blue, red. Fix that a little bit. Okay. All right, let's oh, full tilt mama. Get in the beard.
Okay.
As well as Boz Bailey. Appreciate the lurks from everybody. NASA Muffin. I appreciate the lurks. But how is everybody doing tonight? Glad to have you in here. Let's record a little bit of video on the moon. Let's see if we can clean things up a little bit. See how that goes. We'll see how the free space goes on here. But we'll get a couple of, maybe a minute or two on the moon and see if we can really get some better images. Carlitos, a lurk as well. Everybody's hanging out in the beard tonight.
Okay.
It is fresh and clean and warm and wonderful. We have snacks in the back. There's tea and coffee up at the front, so feel free to help yourself. I hope everybody's having a good evening. All right, let's also not forget to just stop recording the video. Enigma Gal, how you doing? Attempting a drive-by eclipse, but is failing. Well, I appreciate you dropping on by. All right, so we got 5 frames per second. And let's see if we can get a few more. So you say hello instead. Well, wonderful to have you in here. So we're taking some recording of the moon, and we will stack this video. Let's do, I guess 90 seconds. Actually, we'll see when the next little bit of memory drops down. Probably like the next 500 megabytes. As long as we got like a gig, we can get things sorted out and keep imaging for the night. This is a live view of the moon right now. So much so, I'll turn my face off for a second so you can see more of our moon. This is a we're at a 3% waxing gibbous.
9 forward, 40 feet down, 2.5. Picking up some dust.
Lunar imaging now we're talking.
We copy you down, Eagle.
There we go. Then do another with high brightness, then you can do an HDR stack.
Roger, Tranquility.
Okay, that's
on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue. We're breathing
that's good.
again. Thanks a lot.
We'll utilize that. So let's solar or lunar surface. Let's stack this up. Tonight there will be 2 moons. What's going on, Samsung? How you doing? So our portion of the moon that we are looking at right now. Let's get a little... is that the Ceresium on the bottom? I am just checking my craters. Let's see. Let's the one crater that we can see that was like just over, it was like just around here. It's being hidden by the stacking. Andy, hello. How's it going? Good to see you in here. So about so like a minute, or how long? This is like 2 minutes, right? Takes up about a gigabyte of data for the files. So I will. Well, I'll save the AVI file. I'll download it on the computer. That way we can delete it off of the ASI Air, so we have some space available for more imaging. But I'm getting my information off of through Sky Safari. But there's also the Planetarium Program has been added. The Stellarium that's been added into the ASI Air. We'll take a look at that in a little bit. But it looks like the crater that we were looking at, the one that we could see. We got, it looks like Patavius. And let's see what else we have here. Phanarius. Some of our visible craters that we have. Langrenus. Pretty much every crater is going to have a name on here. It's still aligning all of our frames, but this is our setup from earlier today. We were continuing on with the Monkey Kid set. I did have a slight idea in mind. If the weather was actually going to be really crummy, we would do a cheeky little continuation of this. But because we have some good skies tonight, the clouds have gone away. We're doing a little bit of that, a little bit of imaging tonight. But next week we'll continue on with the Monkey Kid rocket, and probably finish it next week. I think there's still like 6 bags left, so yeah, we'll see how that one is going to work out. But right now the ASI Air, it's stacking the best frames, did all its analysis, so we should see an image come through. So we did have like that live view where things are, you can see details of the moon, but it's just not as sharp as it could be. Especially when we can get rid of all that atmospheric disturbance. Even we're actually we're shooting low on the horizon right now, but it looks like the seeing is actually really good tonight. It was for those who were here this morning, you could see the weather was absolutely horrible. We had snow this morning. The snow's all gone. The clouds have all gone. And it is a stark difference from how things were earlier. 5 years later. We're on the fight. No, it would be, no, come on. It would be like the 3rd last bag. All right, I may as well. I'll get in on this as well, just in case. Okay, let's see how this is going to turn out. Last little bit of stacking, and like I said, I'll download the file. Oh, here outside. Actually, I've left the volume on out on the deck. I don't know, should I turn that off or not? Probably will, because sometimes we can hear coyotes out there outside, and it's an eerie kind of sound, hearing them off in the distance and just not being able to see them. All right, go and edit the image in 3, 2, 1. Let's see what we got here. I say we can sharpen things up a little bit. I would say using a color camera is all right for this process. But I would say there's actually, it looks like there's probably a little too much movement. We could probably fix that up in, like say, auto stackered or something like that. We could realign. It also could be bad. It could be a little bit of bad collimation on our part. I like how people freak out when they hear a fox's shriek. And I think nothing natural could make that noise. It's yeah, they are very unnerving. Okay, here this little mound here, this ridge, you can see how long that shadow is extending across the mare. So that is a, so this is just set. The sun is just kind of below the moon at the moment. So yeah, we are just seeing the extent of the ridge. And this portion that we're looking at, yeah, it's part of the Mare Cericium. So yeah, so yeah, it's old Neener, you're right. But how's it going, old Neener? Good to see you in here. So, okay, sharpening this up. Maybe we're overdoing it here. It looks like there was like over a bit of. Oh, here's the other thing. I probably wasn't tracking on Lunar, so we're really accentuating some things. That shadow is on the. Is it a soft or a hard C? Cresium or? Let's see if we can. No, they don't have it. I'd have to adjust the color sliders often so the color camera when shooting video. Yes, and especially because I haven't really done an adjustment on this in the past. Save that to album. That is saved. More. Okay, I'm not going to delete it yet. I'm going to download this file first. Nope, that's not right. No, it's Or maybe I can't while it's running. Doesn't seem to want to open up there. I'd say hard. As it does mean crises, singular crisis. All right. Yeah, good to see old Neener. Thanks, Alex, for the clarification. Yes, because much like as I will butcher names on Twitch. Yes, I'll butcher names all over the place. All right, it looks like we're starting to get into the trees with the shadow, so that is our parting shot of the moon right now. Let's do one more quick exposure over here, then we'll start exploring a little bit of the features that have been added. So yeah, it looks like it's starting to get a little more yellow. Biff, how you doing? We're watching Science Stream. You read the book Beetle Blues. It was some great artwork. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm grateful for Belinda reading the book on stream. I'm humbled by that we have that occurrence. So thank you. How you doing tonight? This is a fairly live look at the moon. And it is kind of starting to set, kind of getting into the trees at the moment. So it's we're losing our view of the moon. Like we are going very, very low on the horizon. So we'll start to pick another target. But let's also take a look at a new feature. In here is the ooh. Can we make it go to? Target rotation. will it move over to... Ooh. Oh, can we... Oh my god! Will this... All right, let's make sure that everything is working all right. Okay, good. All right, this... Oh my goodness. If this is... It's probably not going to solve this. Stop. Preview. Go back on this. That's not too bad. It moved a little bit. You actually saved enough points and you chose that title at random. It was a pleasant surprise to see you're credited. Well, excellent. Well, cheers to randomness. Well, thank you for redeeming that. Yeah, no, it was a writing that book. It was actually sorry, not me writing the book. It was my good friend Jamie who wrote the book, and we read this, Mrs. Canuck and I, and it was one of those things we looked at each other and it was like, we got to do something for this. We have to take this book to the next level. So for his birthday, I decided to do the illustrations on the book. I was working at a print shop at the time. So I made essentially it was our first prototype run of the book and gave it to him for his birthday. At that point, it was, what can we do to actually get this thing published? So thanks to the great effort and what's a nice word for kicking us in the ass from Mrs. Canuck to get us in. He irritated the boys for the next X amount of years until it was published. Well, there you go. Yes, exactly. And Mrs. Canuck, so adorable, got this organized for us. You're going to be kind of say motivated. Nah, just a swift kick in the ass will do. All right. Let's go. Okay, because this is a awesome new feature in... All right, how do we... No. What does this button do? Landscape off, landscape on, equatorial coordinates off, compass on, compass off. How do we zoom in and out? I wonder if this is like a pinch and pull thing. Oh, I wonder if this is where it falls apart, where we can't zoom in and out. That might be the limiting factor on here. So let's go take a look in Stellarium for our next target. So we are currently looking down toward the west, where the moon is just starting to set. What do we have up in the area around Capella that we could possibly fix our gaze upon? Let's see, we could probably go, we can give a shot for the Spider and the Fly Nebula. This is you got a bit of a, actually maybe the Fly, that's a bit of a combo of a reflection and emission, but actually let's go over to Spider. Let's try IC417. Let's see if that one is possible for us tonight. All right, let's have a look. A target that we haven't really taken a great look at. Let's see if we got that in view. It's interesting watching that. I want to see how we can zoom out with this feature. I wonder if there is... What options do we have? Not rotate, but I want to be able to simulate pinch and push for our targets. All right, target is centered. Let's have a look. All right, so it looks, I don't know if it brings up our image or we have to do our own little view. All right, so this is a new feature. And we are looking at the, this is also known as the Spider and the Fly Nebula, but we are looking at the Spider at the moment. So let's make our, let's get our guiding working here. And it's always nice to see a bit of the target in the guide scope as well. Weldy Doc, what's going on, Weldy? How you doing? Good to see you in here. Thank you so much for joining us. Hugh Funkin' knew it. How are you, Hugh? All right, a little. So there have been some changes now to the ASI Air Plus. Used available. We have just under a gigabyte left. I'll have to get some of that storage back in a little bit. Deadly Fork, what's going on? How are you? So we had a little bit of changes to the format here. Actually, we leave guiding up. No, like it's in the way of the image. I will leave it up there for right now. That's not too bad. A lot of information to take in right now. For those who are new to the channel, glad to have you in here. Who's that? Carlitos? Good. It's 3 a.m. and raining. Well, we got 9:50 p.m. and and we got some clear skies. So I will be happy to share the this weather with you. We'll start doing a live stack. Oh, they've changed some icons here. Now this is the clear button. Doesn't make it instantly obvious that it's clear. Just a little dustpan. So yes, we have our Sunday drop game running to fall in line with our lazy Sunday Lego. Actually, we could probably have gone over to the Pleiades as well, but let's check out this section of the IC417. You start training tomorrow to become an instructor pilot. Oh, excellent. So what nerves of steel do you need to become an instructor pilot? Because now you are bringing up the newbies, right? Yeah, Weldy Doc, doing well. This is what we love to do here. This is the whole point of this channel. He's doing live astrophotography with this telescope in my backyard here in central Ontario, Canada. And you know, we've actually had a not bad run of clear skies available to us. So I figured it's, you know, we'll get out here as quickly as we can, especially with that moon. It was looking absolutely gorgeous. So wanted to be able to get a look at that. But right now it is so clear we can see stars even using the infrared camera. And usually if the skies are a little turbulent, we don't always see it. But right now we can, the bright star we can see just beside the telescope, that is Capella. And that star itself is that one is a double star. Actually, it's a variable double star in the constellation of Auriga, 42.8 light years away. Now, usually some targets we look at are like thousands or hundreds of light years away. This is one of our closer objects at only 42. So if you're able to travel at the speed of light, or if I was traveling the speed of light, I would almost be at this star. I would probably be able to see it much more clearly than we would right now. I taught a lot of people to fly in the small planes for a couple of years, but now it's in the jet. Excellent. So is it, at this point now, you're still fairly confident with their abilities, right? All right. If, also, if the drop game seems to be a little delayed, if you want to do a refresh, catch up, get the stream to catch up for you. But no, Deadly Fork, that is really cool. That's, congrats on moving up to that next level. So what would be, now I know you're just like starting now for the instructor pilot, but what would be like the next step? Like what are the kind of things that you, as a pilot, what are the kind of progressions in that career? Oh. All right, well, our first exposure wasn't a fairly good one. Now, can we no longer use the clear button? Save every frame. Yes, that's fine. That's what we want to do. We want to save those. No, that's do we actually have to stop it to clear? Oh wow, that's crummy. Okay, that's a feature. Okay, I want to write something about that, because before you could clear out the stack while it was running. Now we got to start all over again. That's where your clear skies. Yes, Third Rock. We nicked your clear skies. I do apologize. How many? Capella 42.8. So 43 light years away. So right now the target we're looking at is IC417. And that is also known as part of the Spider and the Fly Nebula. So right now you work for the regional airline. Next step would be mainline carriers: United, Delta, American, FedEx, UPS. Okay. Interesting. So that's like the progression to go into the larger, more mainline carriers. All right. They triple your pay eventually when you get there. Ooh, well, hey, that's good. Think big, Emirates or Etihad. Go for it. Do it. Do it. SimView, hello. What's going on, Sim? How are you doing? How are your skies tonight? All right, this is our first exposure. It wasn't that great. Let's see if it was just maybe a bit of an anomaly while it was guiding. It always seems like, you know what? Sometimes the first exposure is like a pancake. It's always like a throwaway. Should probably let guiding settle down a little more next time we start a new target. So it's you got broken cloudy nights. Last night was an adventure though. Raccoon was investigating your telescope. Ooh, really? Thankfully, we got our scope on top of the deck. So especially when I hear coyotes off in the distance, that's unnerving, and I'm glad that I have the telescope a couple meters off the ground. I should. Lots of studying you got and no motivation for. Oh, for doing the what did you do for taking an FAA test? I mean, you know, if sometimes I guess going back and trying things again can be daunting. But if you always want to give it another shot, nobody ever faults you for for either trying it again or not. Just kind of moving on to the next phase of life, next big adventure for whatever shall hold for you. Now, where is... There we go. That's better. That's a better exposure. Okay, so what we have done, we've updated the firmware. This is a fairly substantial update to the ASI Air program. And right now it has added this, the Planetarium software within the app itself, so we no longer really have to go to oh, there we go. If I hold control, we can is that it? We can't zoom out any farther? Huh. If I do Alt. No, that moves us up and down. Control mouse wheel. Doesn't want to respond for zooming out. If we go back in. One thing I would for this, I was kind of hoping this would have been like a dynamic view, so you could kind of have a rough, like quick at a glance section of where you're looking at. I'm really skittish though. You walked up to the edge of it and didn't like something about the power cable, and it shot off. No idea what it was doing though. The trash panda's mine, but it wasn't liking something. Darn things. Control plus minus sometimes works. All right, let's check that out. Let's see if you have the views. Aha! All right, thank you. Thank you, Samsung. Ooh, they got the constellation artwork in here as well. I wonder if we can turn that off or not. That's better. Listens. I hear coyotes. Listens more. We're in real trouble. Why? I can hear the coyotes too. They're playing dueling banjos. Okay, this is cool. This is awesome. We got Flavor Fade. Oh my goodness. If it isn't the Flavor Fade, what's going on? Welcome in, Raiders. Good evening. How's everybody doing? 9.5, hello. Welcome, how's it going? Welcome in, thank you so much for the follow. Good to have you all in here tonight. Fava Flayed, a wonderful member within the Anchor Club. Good to see you. How are things? What'd you get up to? In streaming a little bit of art? How does that go? How did that go? Well, yes, welcome in, Raiders. How's it going? My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. And it is my pleasure to share my love of astronomy with you as often as possible. Tonight, we have clear skies. We are currently looking at a target in the constellation of Auriga, known as the Spider Nebula. We are doing a live stack of images, so we'll start to see a little more details start to come through as the image continues to build up. But glad to have you in here. We welcome you in. We, as our Sunday tradition, we have a drop game. And this is more part of our LEGO streams, because earlier today, we were building the LEGO Monkey Kid Galactic Explorer. It is a really cool rocket ship. And we always have our drop game. You have a chance to win a gifted sub to the channel. So exclamation point drop. We'll get you in on the game, get you a gifted sub to the channel or one to the community in your name. But always wonderful to have you in here. Had to come share the Anchor Club love. Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much for coming in. Your sister is painting a very large anime mural for her son. Ooh, cool. Excellent. I'll have to check that out. But yeah, go check out Flavor Fade, a member of the Anchor Club. And I gotta say, the the warship has been very instrumental in bringing a great deal of people together, and I am so thankful for meeting a awesome group of people, wonderful streamers, wonderful members of communities. So yeah, if you feel free to do that, drop a follow over to Flava Fade. I hope you had an enjoyable evening. We are... Well, let's fix this window, of course. We mucked that up. Drop game is rigged. It's not rigged. The drop game isn't rigged. How would you think that it's rigged? It's totally rigged. It can't be rigged. How can I rig something like that? The only way you can rig it is if, while the parachutes are dropping, you can either donate bits or you can use the channel point redeem to try to muck up someone's drop or become the overall hero. Maybe push someone into that redeemable position point, 98.5. But yes, it is. It's my pleasure to be sharing these images of outer space. We were looking at the moon a little earlier, and the buttons. Okay, the buttons have moved on here. So forgive me for fumbling through our video. Actually, we can go this way. That was our view of the moon earlier tonight. And it is now set below the trees. Not yet below the horizon, but we had a very, very brief view with a thin crescent moon. A new moon has come in. We were, usually we fight against the moon, but because it is out of our way for tonight, we have no external source of light pollution that is going to be interfering with our images tonight, so we will be utilizing our broadband filter, taking as much light as possible. So we can we got 3 images stacked on here at the moment. And we can start to see a little bit of nebulosity in this area. And this is IC417, and this target is found just west of the star cluster M36 in the ancient northern constellation Auriga, a region where star clusters and nebulae abound. Pardon me, an imaginative eye toward the expansive IC417 and the diminutive NGC1931 suggests a cosmic spider and fly. The entire cluster/nebula complex appears only 3 arc minutes across and is about 10,000 light-years distance. Both open star clusters are young, formed in interstellar clouds, and still embedded in glowing hydrogen gas. The more compact NGC1931 is about 10 light-years across, with contrasting blue hues characteristic of reflected starlight. NGC1931 is a mixed emission reflection nebula with a core of young, white-hot stars. They're in your area today. The nebulosity is listed as Sharpless 2-237. At its center are 4 stars in a trapezium-like configuration. For this reason, NGC1931 has been referred to as a miniature version of the Orion Nebula. Its brightest Class O and B stars will possess short, dramatic lives, while the smaller yellow suns will live on in a cluster and orbit the galaxy together. So we are looking at, let's go over to Stellarium for a quick second. So this is NGC 1931. This is the fly portion, because, actually, no, sorry, my apologies. Let's do that. That is our field of view. This is what we're looking at right now. We're looking at the spider portion, more of the emission nebulae. What do we got for best reference here? Ooh. Sarah Wagner Astrophotography. Ooh, Sarah Wagner. That's beautiful. Okay, so here is a much longer integration time with the target that we're looking at right now. So we can see these 3 stars right here match up with what we're looking at for these 3 stars right here. So the nebulae is is found within this section. But I gotta say, I'm very happy with how the stars look tonight. And especially with this star right here. I want a little bit more information on that one because look how it stands out. That stands out so well in this target. Let me get a little bit more information on this. See if we can get some more details on this orange star. All right. No, we don't have much detail on this star. There's a whole lot. OP Aurigae is a 15th magnitude variable star appearing in the constellation of Auriga. It is of a spectral type C0C1EA. But that is, okay, let's see if we got some other information in other programs. But I love seeing you get the contrasting colors around. Sim, you're shooting some new targets you're not used to at 5-6 a.m. this morning. Was interested in exploring around. With you being new to astrophotography since November, new seasons are constantly bringing new targets you've never seen before. I feel the same way, especially because there are areas of the night sky I have not had a great deal of time with, and to have this opportunity to be in a new sky, a low level of light pollution, and just having more targets become available. That in itself is very exciting. All right, so this is within, oh, no. In this section here, that's the star in question. That beautiful orange star. It said magnitude 15.10. There isn't much, if it's within this cluster, it's going to be about maybe 10,000 light years distance. Level 2, still borked. All right, so not a great deal of information on this target. But I do, it's the contrasting stars in our images. I always love how they stand out. This is a target I would love to spend a lot more time on. Unfortunately, it is going to be setting much sooner in the every night. But we are using our broadband filter. This is looking so odd. I just love how everything looks at the moment. What do you got? What do we have, CJ? This is just really nice. Wait, hang on. Before I say that, is everything... I'm looking for like the hidden beans or a penis in here. Thank you. That's fantastic. I want to get a shirt like this. I just want to get the Lego space logo on there. No, nothing hidden at the well. I do appreciate it. Again, if you love messing, especially since you are already subbed, you feel you can claim this rig, as it doesn't matter if you win. I like seeing people playing another drop game. I'll jump in on that as well because, well, it's my own fault if we have to give away a sub. Nope, there we go. It's all right. Okay. OBS, why do you want to be playing like this? We seem to be dropping frames all over the place. Rest assured, we are still on. We are still live. We are doing some live astrophotography. Growdy, how's it going? welcome in. Good to see you in here. Ooh, Dr. Derp 1.56. I think exclamation point dropped low. See who had the lowest score today. .56, 1.43. Getting even lower on the scores. But so far, tomorrow is here. Had 1.04 today. My gods. By the gods. All right, because this is this is a fairly dim target because we're stretching things. We're stretching that histogram a great deal. Let's see. Like I said, because this is a bit of a new target for us. Let's bring up. We'll lose some detail in the corners, but try to get some more detail in this nebula. That's beautiful. So yeah, we are highlighting a little bit of the noise. You know, even though we still have the camera cooled down to minus 20 degrees Celsius, even with this amount of stretching on a histogram, to still see a great amount of detail is. I'm still saying this is actually really, really, really good for the camera. So yeah, the stars are a little more bloated, but at the same time, it's there's still more to see. I apologize that we seem to be having some issue with the internet at the moment, which is crazy because it shouldn't, as there is no inclement weather whatsoever, unless there's a freaking bird sitting on top of the tower right now. Oh no, wait, that way. I'm gonna go the other way. Go to that a bit, just a little bit. Take that a bit of an edge off. So, oh, that's not the page you were looking for. So what we're looking. Okay, this is. Can we get a better look? Ooh, oh, this just made it even more interesting. What we're looking at. These little clouds of these knots, these dense knots of gas and dust that are separating from areas within the nebulae. These are Bach globules. I love the term. And it's these little pockets, these areas that can start to condense and coalesce into their own protostars. So stick around for another few 100,000 years to watch these clouds change and compress. Could be a cat or a rogue potato. This one may be the rogue potato. Your up bandwidth was garbage last night. Shelby cake! Holy potatoes! Welcome in, Shelby. How are you doing? Well, I'll be. They've changed. Here's a sweet treat. Cake Crew Raid. What's going on, Raiders? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Shelby, what are you up to? Hello there. Good evening, folks. Good evening, Raiders. How was your stream tonight? What'd you get up to? Do a little bit of Sea of Thieves, I see. How was that? It has. I've yet to play that game, and when I watch people play, I'm thinking, yes, I want to get in on this action. It seems like such an awesome game to play. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Thank you very much for bringing in your community, Shelby. Great to see you in here. For those of you who are new to the channel, my name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. It is my pleasure to show you this. The universe, our galaxy, all of our stars available to you. You're doing a pirate month. Oh, excellent. So kind of picking up some pirate-themed games and activities. That's cool. I dig that. We're glad to have you in here, Shelby. Taco. El Taco Meat, how are you doing, sir? Good to see you in here this evening as well. Hope you're having a good night. So yes, we have this. This telescope here in Central Ontario, Canada. My backyard has very little light pollution. So the fact that we can see a great deal of stars on a crummy little $30 webcam is a testament to how little light pollution we have. This is a bit of a double stream day for us. Earlier today, we were building the Lego Monkey Kid Galactic Explorer, a rocket ship that just keeps on getting bigger. I didn't realize how large this thing was going to get. But it is a cool looking set. We'll continue the build next week. Actually, we'll probably finish the build next Sunday. But it was almost a backup plan. If we're going to have some cloudy skies, then we would have continued with a couple of bags on this build. But we are taking some images, live images of the night sky tonight, like I said. DeLorean's, that's sold out in like 30 seconds. The DeLorean, there wasn't even a chance on that. Also, I wasn't going to be too fussed on it either, because we were going to have... We'll need some time, because there are some other Lego sets that are coming in, and frankly, we need to rebuild the budget. Since you don't do live human cam, you ponder dropping your stream to FPS to 1 FPS and skimp on the encoding size. As you said before, you're having some rubbish upload speeds. I mean, that's you get the data coming in. It's a bit of a low action on the stream. So yeah, Sim, you could probably get away with having a low upload speed. Don't ask him to show you what a Canuck is. He tricked me into it, and you can't see that. You can't unsee that. Some unforeseen animal expenses came up. More animals, or just some health care. But no, Taco. It's like I said, I'm still up for that. If we do our collaborative 3-way stream, who can build the DeLorean the quickest? Or the slowest. Maybe we go that direction. Who will take the longest? What is the longest co-stream-a-thon? More of them, including a new horse getting here very soon. Ooh, congratulations on the new additions. No, it's obviously, yeah, you got to take care of the living things first. But there are some. You have a baby horse on the way, not like not Amazon is delivering you a pony or anything like that, right? So no, we do have some sets that are going to be coming in. Like I said, we as soon as we see our next gift with purchase, the next interesting gift with purchase that's available, we will be placing our order for the Rocket Launch Center, modeled after NASA's SLS, which, with the support of the community, that we are going to be picking this set up. The next goal that we have, because it is going to be there's double points for one of the sets. We have our next goal for the lunar landing base, or sorry, the lunar research base. If we reach that goal, you want the SLS want indeed. So yes, with this set, the lunar research base, if we do reach that goal, and it is lasting pretty much until the end of the month, we'll place the order for that. And also there will be a giveaway. Actually, midway through, we're going to have a giveaway of a Lego gift card, which will be that'll be for $20 ish of the region of where you end up, whoever wins that prize. But at the end, we will be giving away a Lego set, but also picking up the lunar research base. I did purchase some of your first ever Gunpla. I don't know what the models are. The only one I know is like that classic white and blue one that we see everywhere. But those look like fun to build as well. But that is, those are our goals for the next little while. Have you thought about doing a Star Party night once a month, just to group a bunch of scope streams and hop around between them? That is, Sim, that is a possibility. Sorry, I keep catching a cat wound. I got a claw to the finger now, and it's catching on everything. But for something like that, it's... Sometimes with these streams, the weather can pop up at a moment's notice. So it would kind of trying to collaborate some weather may prove mildly difficult. However, I would not be against that if we can try to keep an eye on forecasts and just see when a few people could be available to have something like that round table. What I've seen Fraser Kane do with Universe Today on their YouTube channel, something like that. Weather is so hard to maybe if there, it's got to be like a almost like at a moment's notice collaboration with people, just to see who will be available at on short notice if need be, or at least maybe go like a couple of days notice. But no, I am all for that, for sharing images from around the world, especially if a few people have some good clear skies. So hopefully that'd be something that could work out. Definitely love to do that. What more detail can we pull out of this image? Now we have we're working on the next image. Will be our 30th minute on this target, and this is a fairly dim target. We are using a broadband filter, so we are absorbing as many photons as possible. And I'm loving these Bok globules. That is so... those are beautiful, because you're getting like a bit of the... you get the reflection from the stars off of these, but you're also getting the emission nebulae behind it. Behind these targets, and that is a gorgeous contrast. If I back things off a little bit, there we can still see those ghostly remnant of the Bok globules. So yeah, definitely need... There's some targets we're looking at that we really need more time on this to pull out these details, and especially with you get some brighter stars next to these targets, you kind of need to do some HDR imaging as well to kind of tone down the brightness of these stars. However, it's one of those targets we have attempted to image this portion before, but without the aid of doing live stacking, it's proved fairly difficult. So now that we've been able to take shorter exposures and build them up, I think it is a very interesting area, and there is more to this little nebulous complex than just the portion we're looking at right now. Thoughts on the L Pro? You're looking for something to step up from your Svoni UHC. I'm completely happy with the L Pro. So much so because we don't have these large halos around the stars. We can see a little bit of it, but it's not as dominant as we see using the when we're using the tri-band filter. Plus, you can see a great deal of the spectral lines that pass through, so you know that you're getting a great deal of light getting into the image. All right, we're going to stop. Just stop that. We will save this image. Let's brighten it up just a tiny bit. Let's save this target, and we'll pick a new one. Well, we still... it's possible that we're going to lose the sky around like midnight. So we want to be able to check out some other targets. And,
I am
good, we can still check out the targets. Come on, snap it. Do it. Do it. What's causing the diffraction spikes on the stars? Yours never do this. You got a refractor. We have a reflector. So it's those spider veins that are holding the secondary mirror up at the front. You could add 33 to 2. Are you keeping count? We should have a counter. Yeah, if you put like dental floss in front of you, or some wool or string or something in front of you, the objective of your telescope, even if you're using a refractor scope, you too can have diffraction spikes. It's also a bit to do with the optolong filter. So yeah, the spikes come from our secondary mirror. Compared to the stars that we get with the... let's go back over to imaging with the narrowband filter. When we image with the narrowband filter, you see this coma around the stars. Like, that is very, very pronounced. You thought about using floss or something. I mean, if you want the diffraction spikes, I am okay with our diffraction spikes, but I also like tiny pinpoint stars in an image. Ignore all attack and its unbridled brightness. Hazards, what's going on? How are you doing? Nick! Yes, yeah, we got it. We got some live astro imaging this evening. Look how clear it is. You can see Capella and other dim stars out through the camera. We're going to pick a new target right now. I'm going to use a combination of... combo of Stellarium, but as well as the Planetarium program that has been added to... It's been added to the ASI Air. Let's see what... Actually, you know what I wanted to do? I was going to go... my first target tonight was actually going to be M51, the Whirlpool Galaxy. But I think it's a good target to go check out. Go check that out in here. But yeah, when the security cam is showing the stars, like I'm like blown away by that. So one of the new features is the Planetarium program within the ASI Air. So now you can pick it. So that's what you're looking at right now. But then this is what you can pick out. And it shows your camera's field of view, like right off the bat. All right, let's travel through Camelopardalis. There's Polaris. Let's head on over to M51. Now let's go to M51. Center on that. And we can go to. So we can click the go to, and it's going to send the scope over to M51. I think this is a tremendous addition. I think it's it almost feels like it's been a long time coming for this for the ASI Air. So this is a feature that is on the Pro and the Plus. I believe they've added it to the original ASI Air, but you basically need to reformat the whole system for the original ASI Air. So that is, like I said, that's that bit of an issue. So we'll recenter. Actually, we can go out of this now. Now, the one thing I see, we'll see. Oh, it's because we're on the live. Maybe that's why I didn't bring up the preview image before. All right, our target is centered. Let's finish that up. Let's go over to preview. Yeah, that's fine. And, ooh, yeah. Ooh, baby. Yes, indeed. All right, let's make sure guiding... We'll wait for guiding to settle down for a little bit. While we're doing that, let's just do a... Let's do a cheeky 1 minute exposures. Probably it might be moving around while the mount is settling at the moment. But for five seconds on this Galaxy. And to be fair, I don't even think I've actually used the L Pro on the Whirlpool yet. I cannot wait for the SCT to get collimated. Is everything else working good, Gajad? Is that image noisy image from the guide scope, or just a short exposure on the main camera? And it's things like this, the horizontal banding. It's just with the quick exposures. It's just kind of one of those. If you had like a lower gain, you wouldn't be noticing it. But it's one of those things you can get that if you're taking like short exposures, dithering would get rid of that. Also, we're seeing this banding because we have stretched the histogram like incredibly far. So if we were to back things off, we can get a little bit more of a softer view. You mean ostensibly the mount scares the mount scares the shit out of you, but we'll see. I need to show you the field of view with the monocam and the SCT. Is it like incredibly tiny? Which monocam are you using again? All right, so there is 60 seconds. Oh my goodness, 60 seconds on that. Okay, let's start to do our live stack of the Whirlpool Galaxy. 3 minute exposures. Let's get this going. Yeah, that's it. That is fairly centered. That's bang on. You're not a responsible person. Oh. That's okay. You're resourceful. So you make up for it in that. Let's put it that way. Fair enough. So yeah, with doing longer exposures, you are going to... The camera is able to better operate. But again, you're stretching the image so far that things like that wouldn't be... you wouldn't be viewing it in that way. Jigsaw, what's going on, sir? How are you? Good evening or good morning. Good to see you. How are things? How was your weekend? You've been better. Oh, sorry to hear that. Well, hopefully it's nothing that can't completely bounce back from. So one thing, has anybody who has like cooled cameras, have you had issues with cooling not working at all? Message in the Discord, and have you able to quickly overcome like problems with the cameras not being able to cool? You figure it might be like low power usage, or does it maybe end up being like a defective camera altogether? Physically coming out of the other side of having a cold and mentally sick of toxic people. Well, good to see you're on the you're coming out the other side from having the cold. But yeah, toxic people are going to be difficult to try to get away from, but hopefully you can distance yourself and recover in both physically and mentally ways there. Wonderful to have you in here, Jinxo. Now, I'm not anticipating things going too long this evening because right now, so my forecast is saying mostly clear all of a sudden. So let's see how's that looking. That's not, we can still see stars. That's fine. The telescope is looking a little frosty. Your M83 MC Pro power is feeding from ASI Air Pro, so no issues so far with cooling. Sim, with your 183 MC, have you ever had any like banding issues with your Do you take flats? Do you participate in taking flats, unlike I do? Have you ever seen any banding showing up in your images? Like horizontal lines running across? You just do darks. All right, no flats. That's a nice field of view. Did the Ghost Pepper kick into overdrive yet? No, not yet. No, not yet. We're still good. We still have this one in play. Y'all weird for not doing flats. I took flats, and I think I need to try out a different series of flats because it didn't seem to create a master flat that stacked or that removed them from every image. So I don't know what's going on with that there. You've seen banding in bias subs and super short flat exposures. Different camera though. It's also fast AF to do versus darks. This is true. I did do a run. To be fair, I did actually do a run of flats after one evening. Flats must be taken nightly. So do people use like a light box instead? Because I would imagine that if the frequency of the tablet or the light box would be may interfere with the camera itself. You'll be all right, and always a pleasure to be here. No, you know, Jinxo, small, sorry, not small little things like that, but you know what? It's I'd like to know that people are doing well as possible, and if you're feeling down, at least you can be taking a path towards the upswing and feeling better, and just kind of ready for the next challenge that awaits us. There's always going to be ups and downs in life. But I always hope that you can take solace in the fact that there are people there are digital pixelated friends online, as well as your real life flesh and blood friends that you can look out for, or look out and reach out to. Flats require motivation. You get 90% of your issues with solved with just darks. Kajad, you do the t-shirt method. Yeah, you can set your software to automatically pull all your flats within a specific ADU. Maybe takes a few minutes. You do that usually while you make coffee or something. Flats are absolutely critical, but you take them once every few months. So yeah, I think it is this week I'm going to be looking through some more resources for PixInsight because I think last night I like spectacularly failed on that one. So there's more to be put in there. More effort to be put in PixInsight. Badass setup. This one here, it does the job. It looks a little more daunting because I have 3 telescopes. I want to condense it, get rid of the middle telescope, and fix that up. Gandalf. Gandalf, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the gifted sub to Biff. Screw the draw game. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the gifted sub to Biff. Bringing us ever so much closer to revealing a new big Lego set, and also inching us ever closer towards shaving my head. But thank you so much for the gifted subs. Greatly appreciated. So yes, we are, like I said, this is a little bit of a overdone setup. I wanted to be able just to not have to worry about taking telescopes off and on, and just be able to switch out the scopes, especially if we're going for wide field or deep sky like we're doing right now. Looking at the Whirlpool Galaxy, M51. I was gonna say M57. That's the Ring Nebula. But this galaxy is one that I've spent a great deal of time with. And I have, like, I gotta say, like, pardon me, total time with total integration time using wide field and deep sky. I'm edging in the realm of like maybe 40, 50 hours of data I've accumulated on this. So it is, it's one of those targets that is incredibly interesting. I've seen so many different takes on it, and there's a lot of detail you can pull out of this galaxy. And we are shooting at 1 meter in focal length. We could be a little closer and get some more detail, which I will be aiming to take off that focal reducer, and we'll shoot at 1600 millimeters for this target and just get almost double the focal length back. But conversely, we will have a little bit more, our focal ratio will increase, so more integration time will be needed for other targets. It won't be as bright. So yes, Biff, thank you. Sorry, Biff, glad to have you in as a subscriber to the channel. You get a whole slew of emotes that you are more than welcome to use. I like how you can see the stars through the spirals. Some of the stars that we can see would be within our galaxy, but then we have some brighter stars within the Whirlpool Galaxy as well. And it's an amazing target, amazing pair of interacting galaxies, 28 million light years away. So the Whirlpool spiral pattern was not seen until 1845, and it was just Lord Rossi made a very accurate painting of M51. Hence, M51 is sometimes referred to as Rossi's Galaxy or Lord Rossi's question mark. At first, its spiral pattern was thought to confirm Laplace's nebular hypothesis of a solar system formation. This misconception was not dispelled until 1923, when it was finally recognized that spiral nebulae are in fact external galaxies and much more remote than previously expected, which is why with certain targets, yes, we get the name of, we get nebulous names attached to them. We had a little bit of movement in the image. That's fine. It's not over. It's not ruining things. Am I going Pooh Bear tonight? AKA no mas pantalones. You don't know. I maybe just put on a nice shirt for you guys. The damn paintings blow your mind. I mean, the fact of, like, well, you look at maybe how little light pollution people had. But again, it's... All right, a little bit of movement. We'll keep it maybe a little wider field of view. Carlitos, love the shots and the nebulae. Info incredible. As always, good night, everyone. Have a good sleep. Thank you so much for joining us, Carlitos. Glad to have you in here. So yes, Sundays carry all of our Lego fun. Nick, you also just joined in the Discord. Appreciate that. People were very motivated to look at the stars when they use them for navigation. If it's your way of life, you're gonna need to take care of that. Josh Kovac, what's going on? Good to see you in here. How's your evening going? Yes, we were looking at the Whirlpool Galaxy instead of Whirlpool Nebula. So M51 is easy to find as it's located at the easternmost star at the end of the Big Dipper's handle. Declination of plus 47 degrees makes it a circumpolar object for most northern observers. It reaches high altitudes from the early hours in winter and to the end of spring throughout the northern hemisphere. Going well. Finally got autofocus working on your Z130. Oh, excellent! How did you achieve that? Also, was it Nick, was it you? Finally got to join the Discord. Was somebody? Sorry, I thought they were. To be honest, you wouldn't start with the WBPP until you haven't done the manual steps. That's true. I start off at the wrong point with picks in the site. Let's see. I feel like I missed a couple of messages up here. Jinxo, I know, man. Honestly, someone who you thought was one of those friends has shown this side you'd never seen since you knew him, and honestly, it made you feel like the plague. Well, fortunately, sorry to hear that that happened to you, Jinxo. I do hope that said things can be on the uptick for you, but also, it is. Getting everything together, and the recovery time, mentally and physically, can take a while. So be patient with yourself, please. Josh, you fixed it up with the drill press. Fair enough, that works. I could have sworn there's somebody talking about... Or maybe it was Josh. You were talking about the... I missed your message earlier, and thanks for repeating it, because... Got it all hooked up and working. Didn't know if anybody was talking about getting a new telescope. Who wants a new telescope? Patience is a virtue, supposedly. Oh, sugar lumps. Why are we losing stars? Yeah. Do we have some clouds rolling in? We lost a guide star for a moment. Ooh. I had to drill the EAF coupler to fit with the SV181 focuser shaft, and then longer M3 screws and some washers to mount it properly. Oh boy. CJ, you need a new butthole, but also need to go to bed. My prescription is to
there's a red
eat
dot
one of
where
these.
My pointer should be. Lick the screen so Estro knows what the heck
You'll
we're
just tear
looking
yourself
at.
a new one. But have a good sleep. Wonderful to have you in here. What's the little formation to the... This portion here, this is its satellite. This is the other galaxy that is that M51 is interacting with. Let's see if I can get. Let me jump over to this target. This is also its interacting galaxy is known as NGC 5195, and it is about 27 million light years distant. So the very pronounced spiral structure of the Whirlpool Galaxy is believed to be the result of close interaction between M51 and its companion galaxy, NGC 5195. Decades ago, it was not known with certainty whether 5195 was a true companion or another galaxy passing at a distance. The advent of radio astronomy and subsequent radio images of M51 unequivocally demonstrated that their interaction is real. Recent simulations support the hypothesis that M51's spiral structure was caused by NGC 5195 passing through its main disk some 500 to 600 million years ago. In this model, NGC 5195 came from behind M51, passed through the disk, and made another disk crossing 50 to 100 million years ago, moving to where we observe it now, slightly behind M51. Who couldn't use another butthole? The efficiency of it all, right? You wouldn't mind a new telescope? Well, still waiting to get your red cat back from Taiwan. All right, CJ, have a good night. Happy star hunting, you top brass, classy, bearded did it. Oh, boy. I noticed it seemed to be connected, which caught your attention. Yes, these are two interacting galaxies, and yeah, thanks to recent observations, it is confirmed. Giga Giggity! What's going on, Lost Prophet? How you doing, brother? Good to see you. How are things? How is the wonderful world of sound and music? How are you getting on? You won't see the sun for a couple of weeks. You bought a solar filter last week, but had too many pinholes for your ooh, oh boy! Now you get that sorted out. No, you don't want. You really don't want any pinholes in there. Doing well, enjoying a night off. Well, good to see you in here, LP. How have? Well, it's good to see you in here. Old unit, you got to filter for sunspots, but only use your iPhone to view. That's kind of cool. I never used my my solar filter on the phone. It just wouldn't fit in the little thing properly. But it's what happened to the guiding? Ugh, the guiding. It looks like we may have some clouds. Sorry, wrong camera. We have some clouds rolling in. Sugar lumps and weasels. Yeah. Let's stop that. We'll just refresh things. We'll save that image. No, all right. Everybody go like this. Go. Everybody blow. On 3. 3. This is from the other day, ASI 183 using the Radian Raptor 61 cropped to a 1:1. That's with the Raptor. That's nice. And we want to get rid of the clouds. That's using the Raptor, right? So it's the that looks nice. Where do these clouds come from? It says mostly clear. See my full forecast. What the? Maybe it's like a passing. Maybe it's a passing fad. No, it says mostly clear for the night. All right, what do we got? And it's not any kind. We can see. We can see the lack of stars in the image. Shidohari, you missed the whole stream. No, we're still going. We're still streaming. Flip to your guide scope camera. Just click the guide graph. There we go. Now let's say there's a 5-second loop. As soon as the International Space Station gets out of the way, we can see like one star. You seem to see the space station sailing through. Anytime there is an I, S, and S together, that's one of our guide stars, and one of the only few stars that's kind of poking through our field of view at the moment. Apparently, there are some clouds rolling in, which again, it's. I'll check a couple other forecasts, see if it might be just like I said, a passing little collection of clouds. All right, I'll jump in on there as well. Who knows where... Oh, I'll just quietly sail down the side. Nobody landed. Nobody landed during that one. Or maybe... Oh, maybe Kajad will be the hero of this round. For autofocus on the RC, have I considered Esato or Prodigy? I have not. I have not tried that. Coke with ghost pepper peanut was a bad idea. Ooh. That would be a spicy... No, you know, no, I know. I know the spicy burps, Nick. Spicy burps are spicy. they hurt. And they repeat for like hours. All right, I may need to take, well, let's say it's clear out. So possibly we're having just a little bit of the weather's having a bit of a hiccup. Let's see here. Gandalf. Who is rigged? Rigged. Riggs. Gandalf, thank you very much for the gifted sub to Rigged. A delicious, delicious burn. Mr. Mad. Hello, Mr. Mad. Welcome. How you doing tonight? Gandalf, thank you very much for the gifted sub to Rigged. I won't say Moonlight because those are out of most people's budget, 35 to 4,500. Ooh, that is a big ouch. There's no rigged drop game. You looked. Well, there we go. If somebody wants to take the screen name rigged drop game, now's your chance. But I swear it is not rigged. You can influence the drop game. See, look, Nick almost landed for a very high very high percentage. 82.92, 98.5 is the threshold. Although I could probably say the threshold would be like 90 and nobody will have gotten it at the moment. All right, Kajad, you gonna get some sleep? No worries. Have a good snooze. I'm gonna keep an eye on the sky. Guess we got to keep an eye on all of that as well. Get in that beard.
Oh, okay.
There are comfy beds and pillows. Sitting in the back. And you know it's not rigged. No, it's not rigged. Imagine it being rigged. No, you can't. Who can hack? You know who will hack it? Mojo Jojo would hack this game. He's got the skills. All right, this is our stack of the. Well, we got about 18 minutes on this target. And with a broadband filter, you know what? We got some awesome detail coming through with this galaxy in just 18 minutes. So when we did have the clear portion of the sky, a little bit of error in the guiding, that's expected. Those when you do a proper stack of an image, you can get rid of more of the bad frames. This is M51 the Whirlpool Galaxy. This one is about 28 million light years away. The Andromeda Galaxy is a little closer, at about 2.5 million light years away. But again, this is a bright target, and one to my mind that I thought I wasn't actually ever going to be able to capture. I've seen other people utilize their telescopes to capture the Whirlpool Galaxy, and I figured this is something I wouldn't be able to image. And then luckily, yes, we can. You pretty much you can image the Whirlpool Galaxy with almost any telescope. It just depends on your focal length. You mentioned that you plan to buy a first scope earlier. We'll bring questions to Discord later. You want to figure out what focal length is ideal for planets with using your meat cameras. Some people would use using a Dobsonian telescope or any kind of Newtonian will give you a great deal of focal length, and for planets and like the moon, like those bright objects, even like a low focal ratio isn't going to impede your view. It's still going to be a bright enough target. The one, let's see, where's the yes, and this one here was with Josh with a Radian Raptor 61, so a little small, 61 millimeter refractor telescope. And budgets are going to impact on what kind of telescope you're going to get. But again, it's always I did a fair amount of research on what telescope I wanted to buy, what was going to be my first scope. And in the end, I was happy with what I got, but I knew down the line I was going to have to be I was going to be changing what kind of telescope I was going to use. But that first telescope I picked up was about 127 millimeters in diameter, and it had a slow focal ratio, or had a high focal ratio, about 12.5. And it was great for the moon, it was great for globular clusters, but getting any kind of dim target needed more integration time. And because I didn't have an equatorial mount with that scope, I was limited to like 15 seconds at best for taking any images. Planning under $1,000 Canadian, don't want something as a toy, but don't want to break the bank. I was saying starting. Okay, and that's just for the telescope, or you need a mount to go with it? And again, it all depends on what. Unless you want to, unless you are looking at like a Dobsonian, then something like that might be a possibility. Let's see, how is our? Now we got a little bit of a star back. Keep an eye on the sky. As long as something doesn't... I need a mount too. I'm willing to go over if it's to cover that. Yeah, I mean, if you want to be looking at planets, you're going to want a... you'd want a longer focal length for your telescope. But yeah, it's... like I'll say it for the setup that I'm using, and mind you, it's been curated over the past like 3.5 years since we got the scope. The mount itself, I'm going to be talking in British pounds because I haven't paid attention to what the prices are over here at the moment. The mount itself, you're looking at about 1,300 pounds. The telescope used was about 600. Camera, about the same price, a little more than the telescope itself. So all in, we're looking at about, maybe 3,000, 3,500 British pounds for the setup that we're using right now. But again, this has been collected over the years, and even some of the smaller little peripherals that we've added to the scope can start to stack up as well. No plans for photography, just think it would be better for the kids to look through the scope. Now therein, you would start to have more money going toward eyepieces if you are going to be utilizing. Pardon me, there's something in my eye. If you're going to be just using it for imaging. You've got the EQ M35, which is awesome, but $200 more than it was a few months ago. Price is changing all over the place, eh? And it's also the supply as well, that people are always trying to get some money out of there. Successfully denied. More drop game rigged. Nexstar 6 SE, I believe with the it may have been an 8 SE that I took my first image of the moon with. And I gotta say, from what I was looking for visual observation, the great thing about this is that it has the go-to capability for this telescope. So if you can find even one of these, check on eBay for anything used, would be good, because that's your go-to mount. And you got a nice wide aperture. Bilound. Oh my goodness. Hello, welcome. Thank you very much for the follow. I am butchering your name. I apologize. I like how compact the control scheme is on the mount. Yeah, it's I was using like the little brother to this for my first telescope. And if you're doing like visual observation, an alt-az scope is going to work really well, because you're not twisting in weird ways, because the telescope we're using is a German equatorial mount. And kind of looking at it through the eyepiece, you would almost have to constantly be shifting where the eyepiece is oriented, versus with the alt-az mount. Whatever, you don't get a Celestron 127 mm. That was my first scope. I was whelmed by the scope. It wasn't a terrible scope to use, but I knew that we were going to be moving on down the line with the types of scope that we wanted to be using. So let's say, just for, what do they have for these ones? No, the go-to mounts on the Dobbs are, say, a classic Dob with no go-to capabilities, but just being able to tour around the night sky yourself. And that will also help when you learn the night sky, depending on what kind of aperture you're going to be going for. This one is a 10-inch diameter. So also the height of it, you might need to have like a stool to go along with it. The go-to mount will save your sanity once you know how to set it up and let the mount do all the work. So I do believe that learning alongside a go-to mount is beneficial for learning the night sky, because at least then you can get the telescope pointed into pretty much in the general correct direction, even if you have to do a little bit of adjustments with the hand controller. Also, always make sure your telescope is well in focus, and you don't think that you are moving over to the Ring Nebula, and you look through the eyepiece and you see the Ring Nebula. You're like, oh, that's really cool. And then you realize afterward, no, your telescope is just wildly out of focus, and you're looking at a donut of a defocused star. So always make sure your focus is correct when you start. I got plans to make a pretty cool viewing chair out of wood. See, I was thinking with something comfortable to sit on, and maybe even being able to like rotate around the telescope as well. The next star suggestion looks really close to what you'd want to start with. Like I said, I started with like the little brother of that telescope, and I looked through one of the for the 8SE at a star party, and yeah, it was I was happy with how it looked. Again, if it's within the budget of what you want to do, even looking on what's one of the good buy and sell websites? There was it's in here somewhere with one of the links in my multitude of tabs up here. But there's a decent, a reputable buy and sell page for Astro gear. Have you ever made it? No, but it's adjustable and adding pads is easy. Everything looks cool when you don't know yet. Even unfocused looks cool. That's true. It was like, I know, I'm looking at it. My friend was looking through the telescope, and he was like, "Oh, that's really neat." And I'm like spouting this information off about the Ring Nebula, and then I kind of double checked. I'm like, "Oh, crud! It was out of focus." A good chair adds like 2 inches of aperture. Be comfortable when you are outside. Be nice and warm, but not too sweaty, and don't have your movement restricted too much. All right. Ooh, yay. Okay, now, okay, we're getting some stars back. Oh my goodness. I would be remiss to have to park the scope so soon. What do we have for the forecast? What is this? How is this looking? Oh! Oh my goodness. Astrobot for 0.33. Oh my gosh. Could you imagine? Okay, if the Astrobot was to land for that 0.01, I almost think we'd have to do like a raffle, a giveaway for who would get the tier 3 sub. So in the area that I'm looking at, what do we got? We're coming up at 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. No, looks like we got sugar lumps and weasels. Maybe clear skies coming back at about 1 in the morning. Aw, dang. If that's what this one is forecasting. Let's see what the other websites are saying. What does clear outside want to promise us? No, it's saying we're still supposed to have some decent skies. Can you add the PDF to the Discord for the observatory? Yeah, by all means. Always like to check that out. Yeah, that's what. So we're at a 13% waxing crescent. It's saying that we have some clear skies. It wouldn't be any dew on the guide scope. Also because we just can't see. We can't even see stars out there at the moment. Can I see them this way? No, it's just getting frosty. We are approaching a bit of high humidity. You can see some of the glass frosting over. But even the sky is looking unfavorable. The dew heaters are on. They are doing their thing. Look at the clouds in southern Michigan. You can also see them from below. It's just the weather it turns on us so often. But look at everybody down south. Look at that. They got some clear skies tonight. I hope everybody is getting some good images down in the mid United States. All right, where is my... Where do you go? All right, there's Josh getting the EAF connected to the scope. Excellent, good to see that it's working. I am keeping my eye out for an EAF focuser to be available in my area, in my neck of the woods. Which channel being best for telescope questions? I would say drop them in astronomy chat. Plans to make an observing chair. Oh yeah, you got that all. There we go. Gandalf got robbed. Oh my goodness. It's totally rigged. Amish Ace, what's going on, sir? How are you doing tonight? Good to see you in here. You got an EAF sitting on your closet you need to install. Well, hopefully that works out all well for you. How are you doing? Welcome. Not doing too bad. We had some clear skies. Unfortunately, the weather is largely turned on us, which is rather annoying because we were promised I was kind of hoping for at least another hour worth of clear skies tonight. But it has been a wonderful evening. Gandalf. Thank you. Thank you very much for the gifted sub to Willie Style. Greatly appreciated. If you can't win, you just give it. Well, that's very generous of you. Thank you so much. On to the spike of appreciation, the pillar of happiness, the rod of Stuart, forever etched on a thermal printed receipt until it eventually fades. Until then, there you are for all time. I've not installed the AF yet because it's all finally working and behaving. You add something new into the rig, it'll probably add drama to the setup again. That's always, I guess it's always frustrating. Yeah, definitely because, well, we want to have our equipment working as best as possible. So hopefully that can get sorted out for you. Once again, Gandalf, thank you so much for the gifted sub. But Amish Ace, good to see you in here. I've missed giving out some shout outs. But we'll let's drop one over to Amish Ace and over to SimView. Amish Ace doing some amazing Lego streams. A awesome energy on his channel. Fantastic community. So yes, go check him out when you can. SimView, whenever Sim has some clear skies, they will be sharing those views as well of our universe, our galaxy. The Lego build we were working on this earlier today is the Monkey Kid Galactic Explorer. We got a couple of bags done today, but we'll aim to complete it next week. And tonight's stream, if the skies were really crummy right off the bat, an alternative would have been to add a few on here. But this is like one of the most colorful sets we've had, full stop. So I can't wait to see how this one looks. The rocket keeps getting bigger and bigger, so I don't know how much larger this thing is going to get. But we'll keep our eyes on it. Astro Caleb, what's going on? We got the 8-incher uncovered. But unfortunately, the rest of the sky has become covered. Like, we can get a little bit. We can see like one guide star. That's about it. But we've been playing around with some of the new features on the ASI Air Plus. And one of the really nice images that we got earlier tonight was a very thin crescent moon. And a little bit of earth shine on there as well. One of the kind of a first little that we've done on stream. Everybody's dropping for the low numbers today. Some people, you're all angling for that tier 3 sub. The dilemma is improve focus versus things just work. That's a tough one. Oh, well, there you go, Sim. You get an extra shout out. But that is, we never really aimed for it before, and I figured the conditions were really, really nice. So I figured let's, oh my god, that's the longest I've ever seen one of the parachutes being held up. So this was a 10-second exposure on the moon that we then stretched the histogram to accentuate the lights on the image. So yes, blowing out the illuminated portion, but the reflection, the light that comes off of the Earth can still illuminate the moon. So if you're if we could expose our eyes for 10 seconds at a time and also adjust our own levels, we could see like the entire moon whenever we wanted to. To stack the images of the moon, we have to take video within the ASI Air Plus. And this was our stacked image of the moon earlier tonight. And a little bit of movement, so it looks a little off. However, to see the height of some of these ridges, you can see those long shadows. Science goals, adjustable eyeballs. A composite of 0.001 seconds of exposures. Just compile them all together. Yeah, if we could stack, imagine stacking in your own brain. So this was you take video, and then there is the stacking option within the ASI Air Plus. So it's one of those options that afford us a little bit better view. I think if I probably should have changed it to lunar tracking instead of the sidereal, so we could see more details in the moon. But again, for a single exposure versus a stacked image, you're going to get sharper details. Everything's going to be just that little more crisp with the moon, versus dealing with all the atmospheric disturbance. So again, how it is.
40 feet down, 2.5. Picking up some dust.
You track with sidereal for lunar. It's not much difference. Then I'll just kind of stack it up to just the overall maybe unsteadiness of things. You got about 400 times 0.05 seconds of subs you need to stack. Now is that with the ASI Air? Having real trouble with it on your Mac. What program are you using? Are you trying it with pip or auto stackered? I tried auto stackered in the past. I had more luck with that one. The ASI Air Plus. Is it with the stacking with the ASI Air Plus? Use the Planetary System Stacker. Like if I was to. No, we gotta go not in this one. We'll go back to the air. Oh, are we imaging again? Why is it imaging? Oh, we got let's stop that. It's not even gonna be on the target. Again, if you're tapping out for the night, once again, you have escaped the snap, rigged the drop game, and you thoroughly enjoyed it. Again, thank you so much for joining in. Thank you very much for the gifted subs this evening. It's greatly appreciated. Have a good sleep. We will see you back hopefully Tuesday night. We will be doing our official, hopefully inaugural Astro's Potpourri stream. Unless the sky's clear, then that's it. We'll do more imaging on Tuesday evening, but we'll be back Tuesday for that. I gotta get guiding started again. Looking into pip. All right, let's see what. All right, are we getting our clear skies back? We start to see more. I don't know how reliable it's going to be. Also doing. Here's some things that have changed. Shidohara, you gonna duck out as well? You gotta sleep because of work. No worries. Appreciate you dropping in as well. Good to see you in here. You are most welcome. It is my pleasure to share the views of our cosmos, even if it is just waiting for some guide stars to reappear in our guide scope. But we'll see if there's another target available. One thing I really like is a planetarium feature in here in the ASI Air Plus, where now instead of having to go into Stellarium or switching out different targets, or sorry, different software even on your phone or your device, now you can take a tour around the night sky and pick your target without having to leave the comfort of the ASI Air. So I think it's not a bad start. I believe you still kind of need to know a little bit of the night sky in order to just kind of tour around. There were workarounds, but you agree this is a great addition. I like it a lot. And the fact that it instantly puts your field of view within our within the software. One thing I would like to kind of see, can we turn off landscape off? No. Landscape on. Equatorial coordinates off? No. Compass on? Compass off? No. All right, it doesn't look like we can... Oh, wait, let's turn... No. Why? Why would it tease us with the large and small Magellanic clouds? We don't want that. So this is our target at the moment. Yeah, because it is, if you, unless you know exactly what you're going to be looking for. Let's see if we can take a look for the what happened there? We seem to have lost oh no, we got rid of the sky. What happened? That was weird. It all kind of conked out. All right, I guess let's see how far away is it until you start CM101. All right, interesting. Maybe something closer to vertical would help avoid the cloud cover. Let's see what we have available. What's the... All right, looks like we have the stars. Let's go take a look. What is straight up towards the zenith at the moment? Nope. What do we have available? We have Bode's Galaxy. No, we'd be shooting low for any of the for any of those targets. I want to start aiming high. What else do we have? What haven't we looked at in a while? Lemon Slice Nebula. Oh wow. Oh wow. All right, well, this is very tiny. This is a very tiny target. That is interesting. Even if we took the focal reducer off, that would be a tough one to start to see. But we'll keep that in mind. Although, sorry, that's looking more... No, we don't want the... I want to be looking up towards the... Looking straight up. There we go. That's what we want. M106, we've taken a look at that galaxy before. What are some other... Again, depends how much time we have with our clear skies. We've looked at the owl. Surfboard. Interesting, but still a little dim. What do we have? Maybe out toward the... Well, it's not quite... Maybe we have something out this way. Something that is going to... We could try to fit maybe 2 galaxies in a shot. With the whale and the crowbar. Or let's have a look, see if M64 is going to be available for us. Let's have a look at the if we can get the Black Eye Galaxy in our field of view, if everything is still... Oh, we got clouds rolling in. Look at this. Look at this baloney. Maybe we do try to aim straight up. These clouds, they're doing my nut in. Let's see, what is this? You know, that may be... Unfortunately, the clouds might be ruining our evening. Which is, well, larger than fortunate. Because I was kind of hoping we would have had a little more time with the night sky. But if the outdoor camera, it was picking up stars earlier. We could see all of... Planetarium needs weather integration so you can maximize your scope time. I think what I also need is a different kind of camera that will get a better bead on the sky condition as well. See if we have some kind of extra wide field view in color, perhaps. Went to sleep, you're alive. You wake up, you're still alive. How you doing, Doranya? I did have a break in between. I did get some time away. We did have our clear skies forecast. Unfortunately, it's like we've been fighting with the clouds for like the past hour. But how you doing, Doro? Good to see you. Wonderful to have you in here with us. You want to go see some amazing artwork, some wonderful Just Dance content, and just some hilarious jibber jabber going on. Go check out Doranya's streams. She is absolutely wonderful. I'm having some toast for breakfast. Excellent. I had a bunch of leftovers. Holy smokes!
Water.
Oh my goodness!
Water. There's no water.
Rocket Sage! Sage, what's going on? How you doing? Welcome in. Doro, things are going well on stream. Broken Symmetry, how you doing? Llama, good to see you in here. French toast waffles. Ooh. Yeah, I can go for some waffles. Wanagi Ska, how you doing? Oh my goodness. Happy belated birthday stream to you, Sage. Welcome. Good to have you in here. Mr. Hamill, how you doing? Albal, good to see you. Wanagi Ska, hello, how you doing? Welcome. Welcome in. Mr. Hamel. Thank you. Thank you very much for the gifted sub to Sage, to Rocket Sage, a fantastic and wonderful, energetic geologist. You want to know everything there is about rocks, even the rocks in my head. Go check out Rocket Sage. Crazy Hearten, thank you so much for the follow as well. Welcome into the observatory. How are things? How was your stream, Sage? How did the belated birthday stream go? Good to see you in here. My goodness, for those who are new to the channel, I welcome you in. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. It is my pleasure to share live images of outer space any chance that we get, even if it does mean I'm doing 2 streams in one day. French Toast Waffles, thank you so much for the follow, as well as Llama. Glad to have you in here. So this is my telescope. It is an 8-inch reflector telescope. We got the stars are coming in a little bit. Man, you've got a great radio voice. Holy. Well, thank you. Thank you. My mom and dad gave it to me. But glad to have you in here. So happy to have your community join in. It's yeah, we got a little bit of, we're fighting with the clouds at the moment, so that is impacting our views, but we've had some decent targets that have shown up tonight. Actually, the really cool image that we got was of the moon. We have a 13% waxing crescent, so just as the moon was setting, we had this little illuminated sliver available to us. Chris Perello, how you doing, sir? Agreed. Mr. Hamill. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, it's that Chris guy. Imagine seeing Chris Perello. How are you doing? Thank you so much for the gifted sub. But yes, we had our earlier today, Sunday mornings. Sunday is for Lego. Our Lazy Sunday Lego stream. We continued our build of the Monkey Kid Galactic Explorer. It is space-based, so, it does count. As much as I try to wiggle in any kind of space Lego into our stream, have that excuse to buy more Lego. But we'll be continuing that one next Sunday. But because the skies were clear, yeah, we are going to be doing some astrophotography tonight. And that is what we love to do at the heart of this channel. And, any opportunity I get, we want to be taking images of the night sky. So, yes, Sunday morning, we get that opportunity to chill out, relax, wind down from the week, and get ready for the week ahead with our Lego stream. But I appreciate y'all coming in tonight. And yes, we have I'll even turn my face off for just a hot second here, that you can get as much of this this view of the moon. And you can. What's interesting is when we have the. Excuse me. There we go. I'm back. When the moon is in and out of phase, a full moon is nice. You can see the entire disk, but you miss out on some of these longer shadows because you can see how high these ridges are on the moon, how deep some of the craters are. And those are features we don't always get to see. Orion Ascendant, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the observatory today. Now we also got a really cool shot of the moon. And let's get over here, utilizing the Earth shine. So still the same moon from tonight, changing our exposure level, oversaturating the illuminated portion. But this part of the moon never goes away. We still illuminate that portion of the moon. We adjust the brightness of the image. That is the Earth shine. So that's the light reflecting from the Earth back toward the moon. Pockmarked from some serious smacking. All the smacks. And because the moon has no atmosphere, it's preserved for all time. Whereas when Earth has impacts, well, they get eroded by time, by the progression of our atmosphere. Also, yes, the goat is a little bit of a mascot on the stream. Where I'm living in central Ontario, the previous owners, we ran it as this property as a bit of a farm. Then we had holy potatoes. Oh my goodness. Chris! I hated the goat, so I slaughtered it. No, I didn't. It moved away. The goat couldn't stay as a tenant. It's that Chris person. Oh my goodness. Chris, thank you so much for the raid. My goodness, how's everybody doing tonight? Gaff Leg, how are you? American Chris Hansen. Broken Symmetry, thank you so much for the follow. Army Ant Brooklyn, thank you so much for joining in.
Water.
Thank you very much for the Hydrate Redeem. Using my big boy cup as well. Christoph289, how you doing? Welcome in, Raiders. How's it going? Good to see you in here, Chris. Thank you so much for bringing your community on over. My goodness, it is wonderful to have you in here tonight. We are, like I said, we're fighting with the clouds. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. It is my pleasure to share live astrophotography and share the universe with you as often as possible. We are waiting for some clouds to maybe clear out. I can see a few stars off in the horizon, so there is a possibility that we could get back to taking an image. Earlier on, we did take a look at the moon, so I will moon you right now. This is not against any sort of terms of service. But when you have the opportunity to take a look at a beautiful sliver, 13% illuminated moon, you go for it. So we took that opportunity. Probably the first time we've actually taken an Earthshine view of the moon. So we like to take images of galaxies, of star clusters, more star clusters, the same star cluster, distant objects. The dark side isn't so dark. Tonight there would be 2 moons. No. What time is it now? 11:45. Now that only happens after the watershed. Isn't that a galaxy far, far away? It is. This galaxy is 28 million light years away. This is classified as M106. Doesn't have a colloquial name as other galaxies do, but this is a very beautiful target, like I said, about 28 million light years distant. But other objects, like M13, this globular cluster, is within our galaxy, 28,000 light years distant. Dobsonium, hello. But yes, we also have our drop game, as is tradition for our Sunday streams. And because it's still Sunday, we got it going on. Dobsonium, I was just about to say, if you land for 98.5 or higher, you get a gifted sub to the channel. Dobsonium waltzes on in here and scores themselves a gifted sub. Oh my goodness. 99.58. Corey C. Lundy, how are you doing? So this is the galaxy we were just looking at. Oh my gosh. What? Yeah. What an entrance. Am I right? Oh my goodness. All right, we are 5 subs away from a massive Lego set reveal. But thank you very much for playing the game, Dobsonium. Also, let me mark that down for the 99.5. Avoiding your eligible homework, no worries.
Hope you're having a good session.
Suspense. Suspense, thank you so much for the 200 bits. Oh my goodness. Thank you very much. And Rip Artist, hello there, how are you? So as is tradition on here, for every 50-bit increment, Spaceman Dan, how you doing? Every 50-bit increment, we'll have a ghost pepper peanut. And if it comes out as a half, obviously we got to make it a half. So there is 100 bits. And there you go, 200 bits worth of ghost pepper peanuts. And these are the first ones I've had all day. So, we shall see. Spaceman Dan, sorry for dumb questions. Not a dumb question. Not a dumb question. A light year is the time it takes for a photon to travel 1 year. The speed of light. A photon traveling from from the sun takes about 8.5 minutes to reach Earth. Basically, everything we're seeing is in the past. Dubzonium and Rip Artist, thank you so much for the follows. Happy to have you in here. Lucky Day, you won a foil print from Sage earlier. Excellent. Keep at it. It's actually been a while since the drop game relinquished a gifted sub, so everybody wasn't having they weren't having much luck. Oh my goodness, those ghost peppers, they hit. Oh, hem. I apologize if I've missed it. Missed M1 of 6. What about 7 of 9? Sorry, Chris. I saw that and I just missed out on that one. So, of the targets that we like to look at, this is M13, classified under the catalog made by Charles Messier, and there are many targets in the northern hemisphere that we like to see, that we like to look at. Like I said, this globular cluster, close to about 1 million stars within it, is about 28,000 light years away, whereas this globular cluster is 300,000 light years distant. Are you going to be on in 30 minutes? Perhaps. We play things by ear. It depends on how long the skies are going to be clear, but good to see you, Chris Hansen. Oh my goodness, Willie going for a 96.86. Well, I may as well get in on this as well. Let's drop that in and see how I can land. But this globular cluster we're looking at right now, it is 300,000 light years distant. It takes 3 billion years for this to make one rotation around our galactic center. Whereas with us sitting in the Orion spur, in the Orion arm of our galaxy, we take about 250 million years to make one trip around our galaxy. Pardon me. It's the ghost peppers. So this has been known as the Intergalactic Wanderer. It is one of the most distant and oldest globular clusters in our galaxy, and these clusters are old. Like they are billions of years, because a great deal of the stars within this cluster are basically made up of hydrogen and helium, and not many other heavier elements exist within these stars, so they can just easily sip on their fuel source and exist for millions upon billions of years without accumulating heavier elements. And once a star begins to form iron in its core, that is the beginning of the end of its fuel source. Because if you split iron atoms by a fission, it absorbs energy. And if you combine iron atoms by a fusion, it also absorbs energy. So with stars being in the business of making energy, it will run out of its fuel source. But because so many of the stars in these clusters are metal poor, they exist without exploding into any kind of supernova. Schizo Tool, thank you so much for the follow. We welcome you into the observatory today. Hopefully everybody has had a good evening, and I appreciate everybody who has followed in from Rocket Sage and from Chris Perillo, as well as we had some wonderful earlier raids as well, and I'm glad to see so many awesome members of other communities hanging out. Suspense, good to see you in here as well. Light year is 5.9 trillion miles, or 9.4 trillion kilometers. Appreciate that, Alex. To be fair, though, that cluster may be gone for all we know. Well, the M13, it's about 28,000 light years away. They're fairly close by. What you're going to be seeing more of something like, let's look at a more distant galaxy. Something like the Pinwheel Galaxy, about 25 million light years away. Now that is, we were seeing this as it was 25 million years ago. So perhaps maybe a couple of stars within this galaxy may not exist. That's a little more plausible. Pretty much more objects within our galaxy. There are, I mean, obviously, yes, we have to wait for the light to travel to us, but for the most part, it is, you know what, you're right. Maybe the whole cluster would still be there, but maybe there are some other actions that have been occurring that we're not able to foresee, not able to words are hard. Not able to perceive yet. But they are, like I said, because these stars are metal poor, they're in very little danger of running out of their fuel source. M101. This galaxy is this is double the size of our galaxy, based on the size and the distance. And it is a wonderful target. And what is really cool is this oddly shaped portion of one of its spiral arms is, we can just kind of see this little fuzzy bit. This is another satellite galaxy that has helped form this portion of the arm. Hard words they are, yes. But these are the images that I like to share, and whenever possible. Let's see how, okay, it looks like we might, all right, we got some clear skies again. Let's see if we have a nice quick target that we can look at the moment. Perhaps maybe something in Orion if it hasn't completely set on us yet. It looks like, no, it has set. Orion has gone out of our field of view at the moment. Now, some of these targets are, it's really a mind bend when you think of it. It is, yeah, when we have, like I said before, space blows my mind on a regular basis. Science streams, what's going on, Belint? Speaking of blowing my mind on a regular basis, that was a terrible segue. You want to check out all the interesting biologies of ants, and you want to see some amazing artwork. You want to see them read a cool book, eh? Hey? Go check out Science Streams. This program I'm using right now, this is called Stellarium. It is a free program that you can download online, and you can input your location so you can get a good idea of what objects are available to see. And it has been a very, very valuable tool. This little red square is what we can see. This is our field of view using the camera that we have. Our camera is the ZWO ASI 533. It is a square sensor. It is 1 inch square. And we are afforded some very interesting views of the night sky. All right, actually, I think let's go over to, and this is a bit of a favorite, M81 Bode's Nebula. Let's point the scope over in that direction and see if we can take a look at a bit of an older favorite. Hello, Meow. Stellarium Web is also great if you don't want to install anything. That works as well. Also, Stellarium Web has shown us where the James Webb Space Telescope is located, so we could possibly take a look at it that way. So one thing that has been recently added to the ASI Air, this is the product from ZWO. This is the little brother. We're using the ASI Air Plus right now, but you can have you got the Planetarium software built in now. Did LP? Did your parachute just drop straight down? You get back. Your phone wasn't wanting to charge. Ooh, well, get that phone charged up again. All right, let's go over to. Let's pick our other target. So I use many different programs. I use Sky Safari to pull up information on the targets that we're talking about. So, no, I don't know the information cold, but there are many interesting facts within Sky Safari that gives me more information than I would have just off the top of my head. So let's head on over to another target. Oh, Alex, did I watch The Star linked on YouTube? It is the Twilight Zone episode. It's in my history folder to watch. Cliff McAllister McLean, how's it going, Cliff? Good to see you in here. Caleb! Oh my goodness, you got clear skies. Caleb. So, Astro Caleb, another streaming astrophotographer. The really cool thing about Astro Caleb is he is in Australia. You can see so many different targets that we don't have access to. So if you want to check out some more astrophotography streams, go drop a follow to Astro Caleb. See when he drops that go live notification. And he as well will share some wonderful targets. The cool thing is you can't see Northern Hemisphere targets. SimView as well. Have I dropped a shout out for Sim as well? Does some live astrophotography. We're all in different locations on Earth, so there are some other targets that may not readily be available. Also, weather conditions. Here I am rambling on about the weather conditions. We need to go over to M51. that ghost pepper is still haunting me. All right, let's send the telescope over to our new target. Now, this is the motion that this is doing. This is called slewing, as the telescope moves to its other target. Also a meridian flip. We are passing across the this transverse line that runs imaginarily across the from what is our 0 point along the ecliptic. So that is going to head over to our other target. I hear like squeaking. It's a weird sound. All right, so let's see if we are on target. So what the telescope will also do, it'll take a quick picture and analyze the stars that pop up in the image, and it'll let you know if you're on target. If not, it'll make its little corrections. This is what is called plate solving. I'll have to turn. Oh, I'll have to restart guiding. Let's restart. And also, you don't need 5 seconds for. Now, I've noticed. Okay, since we have also updated the ASI Air, some of the defaults have changed on me. Wild Cosby. Hello there. How you doing today? Maybe we do need to go back to 5 seconds. Let's see. Good day to you. Okay, so those of you who are new to the channel, I welcome you in. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. We are sharing live images of outer space, and we're just going to make a quick little adjustment to the galaxy we're looking at. But the goat, we see this goat popping up. This used to be a former resident of the property we lived on, or that we're living on right now. Unfortunately, the owners didn't leave the goat behind for us to enjoy, so we had just this little moment of him screaming for like 5 seconds. I actually had 3 different tones. There are 3 options that could pop up for our goat. So there are different levels of screams from this goat. Cliff Alistair McLean, thank you so much for the follow. Glad to have you. Glad to have you in here with us today. How many goats do I count before falling asleep? If we keep counting goats on here, if I fall asleep on stream, that's everybody's fault. All right, let's see if we got the. Why is all this internet going wonky on us here? Oh, sorry. I hit my nuts. Oh. Bit of a dropout. If it was buffering, if you refresh your stream, that will also get rid of the raid referral. So if you click on the icon down below, you can kind of get rid of the raid referral and count as a viewer toward our. It's not an official rush toward partner. We're not rushing toward that, but if we can have more people count away from the raid referral and actually be the viewer, that's greatly appreciated. If not, if you're just lurking, that's fine. Lurks help the Twitch world go round. How long is your average image? In terms of like single exposures, I'll do like 3 to 5 minutes on a target. As far as like total integration time, we usually will go as long as possible. There's some targets I have multiple hours on, some I have like a couple of hours, some like dozens of hours on these targets. So let's just wait for guiding to settle down and make sure that the everything is happy, and we will. I'm gonna say that's close enough to center. I'm not gonna muck around with things anymore, and we'll start our live stack on M51. We'll get a little more information on this galaxy once we start imaging on here. We'll just wait for our guiding to chill out. You've been doing 300 or 600 seconds on M81, and you're at 61 millimeters, shooting at f4. So we are at 900. Oh, and you're 61 millimeter aperture. We have our telescope that we're using right now. It is 8 inches in diameter, and the camera that we are using is designed for astrophotography. Hugh, very close. Very close to that goal. So we are using this camera for astrophotography. It's designed to cool to sub-zero temperatures, and that is how we get some of these images, some of the brighter images in such a low amount of time. So the sensor is, well, it's much more sensitive. All right, that seems guiding should be settled down now. Let's get some images going on here. Let's try to get some. Some details. So yes, as always, we have our drop game. This is our Sunday tradition. Sunday mornings are our lazy Sunday Lego streams, and we are building as many space-based nerdy sets as possible. We will be aiming toward getting the NASA space launch, the Rocket Launch Center, which is based off of NASA's SLS rocket. Store brand Keith. Thank you very much for the follow. Glad to have you in here today. How are things going? You've tried commercial Keith. Now try store brand Keith. Available in 3 flavors. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Glad to have you in here today. The one and only. Happy to have you in here with us. We are doing some live astrophotography tonight. This is the 8-inch telescope we have in my backyard here in central Ontario. And as always, it is my pleasure to share these images of outer space If you'll pardon me for like 2 seconds, I'm hearing something outside. Crazy Heart, I'm going to grab some cereal. BRB, no worries. What kind of cereal are you getting? We have some varieties of cereal available here. We have Canuck Crunch. We have Lucky Charms Galaxy Edition. If you'd like a bowl, we could get some milk for you. We have almond milk as well if you like. If you're lactose intolerant, we can get you hooked up with that. But it's wonderful to have you all in here today. I apologize if there's a little bit of buffering going on. I am in rural Ontario, so I don't have a fiber connection. So we are using essentially satellite internet. So I apologize if things get a little slow, but it seems like the connection is fairly stable. Special K with yogurt and milk. That sounds a little bit of all right. We had like a larger lunch and like a small late dinner, so I'm feeling a little nibbly. All right, so our first image has come through. Oh, also, sorry, before... All right, we have image number 1. Not too bad, but there's more detail that would have to start showing up. One single image, be not an astrophotography wonder. So the more integration that we can put in with this target, the more details we can start seeing in the galaxy. But even with just 3 minutes, with this camera and filter combo, yeah, we can start to see some nice details in the double barred spiral armed galaxy of M51. But one thing I needed to change was this one, because we had that is now going to be 5. There we go. Adjust that because we had 200 bits donated from Suspense. So dropping that total down. If it gets to 0, if that total gets to 0, that is a ghost. That is a full, fresh ghost pepper atop of this cracker with some applewood smoked cheddar. So that is if we do reach that. If that counter reaches 0, in goes the ghost pepper, and then probably hiccups will ensue. But in the meantime, we are looking at M81, Bode's Nebula, or Bode's Nebulae. Why is this called Bode's Nebulae when it is clearly a galaxy? Also, what is the difference between a nebula and a galaxy? A galaxy is the conglomeration of all stars, gas and dust rotating around a central point. Most likely it is going to be a supermassive black hole. Whereas when you're looking at a nebulae, you're looking at the Latin word for clouds, because early astronomers didn't have telescopes that were able to resolve what these targets were, and many of the nebulae in our galaxy look like fuzzy gray clouds. Until you can point a camera and a telescope and do long exposures, then you can start to resolve details within the Orion Nebula, one of the closest star-forming regions to us, to our solar system. Galaxies, the original names, some of the original names do stick for the galaxies, with like the Great Andromeda Nebula, one of our nearest galactic neighbors. And I believe I should have an image of Andromeda somewhere. We did have some time with the Andromeda Galaxy. There we go. The Andromeda Galaxy, 2.5 million light years away, about the same size as our Milky Way galaxy. But when we're looking at the galactic, the gas and dust within this galaxy becomes evident the longer we can do exposures. When you stack, it brings out the details and averages out the pixel noise in a stack of 10 exposures. So here's a fantastic example of the pair of galaxies, Bode's Nebulae and the Cigar Galaxy, M81, M82. So again, so here is, how much is it? You got a stack of 10 exposures versus, actually no, this is a little bit of a longer exposure on Andromeda. Let's go back to our target right now for Bode's. So still not as detailed, not as much detail being resolved at the moment, but some of the finer details will start to emerge. On a collision course with the Milky Way, yes, the Andromeda Galaxy and our Milky Way galaxy are gravitationally bound, but also there is a third member, making this a trio of galaxies being merged. There is the galaxy known as M33, the Triangulum Galaxy, which is about 700,000 light years away from Andromeda and about 2.8 million light years away from us. And this is the third dance member of our party, the Triangulum Galaxy. It's much smaller than than Andromeda. But noticing your UAC filter makes your exposures look red tint. And is that like in the final stack? Because I figured you can get, what program are you using for your editing? Collision course, not for a couple of years yet. Maybe in about 4 billion years, maybe 4.5 billion years. So mark that in your Google calendars or in your iCal. And you just might be able to check that out when these galaxies are colliding, when the Andromeda is going to start becoming larger in our sky. Now, actually, I'm thinking about it. Your red sim question about your exposures. Ooh. 96.9. I thought it was going to be another gifted community sub. You said you get that red cast. You said you're using darks. Are your darks up to date? Is it the same temperature? Because I had that issue where I was shooting I had my dark library that I would use to calibrate the images, and you see how we got this overall red tint? I was using a dark image that was based off of a minus 10 degrees Celsius, and we were shooting at a lower temperature. Exposure time, because that was Andromeda with the wrong dark applied to it. Orion with the wrong dark applied to it versus earlier on with Orion. We didn't have. I was using the correct dark frames for it. What physical effects would that have with the within the two galaxies, the three galaxies colliding? For the most part, physical effects it would have on the galaxies as a whole, you would see some changes in the shape of the galaxy. I'll use the Whirlpool Galaxy as an example. This smaller satellite galaxy has come from behind, and you can see there's a larger collection of stars that have kind of spread out a little farther away from the core of this smaller galaxy. But because there is so much space in between all the stars, any chances of any like stellar collisions are very negligible, despite how tightly packed a lot of these galaxies may seem. So, for the most part, the overall structure may shift and change a little bit. M101, the Pinwheel Galaxy, is a good example where this spiral arm has that odd shape because, okay, behind the patch of grass and eggs, there is a tiny little galaxy, a small little satellite galaxy you can see. Kane 357, thank you so much for the follow. How you doing? Here's a thought. Imagine seeing the light, position, and change of the entire night sky if everything were viewed in real time. Like as if all sources were only one astronomical unit away, yet still their actual distance, if this makes sense. So you would be able to see the movement in the galaxy. You'd be able to see where things are traveling to. Unfortunately, for humans, we don't get the luxury. We don't have the luxury of being able to spend hundreds of thousands and millions of years to see these changes. That doesn't mean it's not happening. There is, if you spend long enough time on a target, you just might be able to make out some details, some motion occurring. And one of the most, again, what I have said is probably one of the most important astro images that have been illustrated by Detlef Hartmann. This is a time lapse of the Crab Nebula, M1, the first supernova remnant in Charles Messier's catalog. Ooh, yeah, let's get some pineapple pizza, please. If you spend enough time on a target, this is 12 years. No, sorry. Yeah, this is over 12 years on a target. And you can see the movement. Now it's going back and forth in time, but you can see that the Crab Nebula is expanding. There is movement in this target. When we take an image over the course of a few nights, there isn't a lot of change that happens. You're not going to see that. But as you point your camera at this target and watch it evolve over decades, then this is, like I said, this is one of the most important images that we have seen in a long time for astrophotography. So there is the link. Share that with your friends. If they say
potatoes.
Nothing happens in space, no, things happen in space. Bravo, Charlie, Romeo, BCR, how you doing? Do you guys also have pineapple with ham called Hawaiian? Yes, sometimes they throw mushrooms on it. I'm okay with mushrooms and pineapple and ham. One thing I like to do with a pizza would be with pineapple, but bacon instead, mushrooms, black olives, and jalapenos. Call me crazy. You're allowed to call me crazy on that one. I like it. But again, this image, the dedication for the setup and the rig is incredibly important as well. To see the evolution of this, the pulsar at the center of this supernova remnant. So this star is rotating at thousands of revolutions per second. So while we see many of our targets as stationary, as static in space, this is one of the awesome targets to check out. Your go-to pizza is bacon, onion, and garlic. Ooh, that sounds good. Barbecue chicken pizza. Buffalo chicken with jalapenos. Oh boy. If I wasn't hungry then, I sure as heck am hungry now. What are some other unconventional toppings that you like on your pizza, or at least what others would call controversial? There was a pizza combo from one of the pizza places that you could get. It was like a garlic sauce. You get your chicken strips, then you throw on some broccoli, some onion, and it was just a nice, fresh kind of flavor for a pizza. Not a popular kind of topping we would have, but the odd time when that pizza got thrown into a mix, it was really good. Dr. Derps, yes, get that pizza in you. You've had a chicken Caesar salad pizza. Is that like everything but lettuce on there? For a veggie option, you like artichoke, asparagus, mushroom, and black olives. Sounds weird, but really good. No, I'm hearing weird sounds again. Anyway, artichokes. Artichoke is an interesting one. Is it seasoned? Something is making a noise in the computer. All right. If anything all of a sudden like goes out, you know the computer's just exploded. Really? You actually put lettuce on there? Jan Fidel. Thank you. Thank you very much for the follow. How you doing today? Your mom found a recipe called cold pizza. It was crust, cream cheese, shrimp, veggies. And pizza sauce. Interesting. It sounds like a bit of a fresh flavor. It was literally the salad on the dough. Sounds... All right. I was wondering about hot lettuce. That's what I'm wondering about. For those of you wondering what we were talking about, what darks, there's a set of exposures that are taken at a specific temperature, time, length of the lens cap on. It's used to calibrate noise out of the stack. Yes, so there is, that's a good, that's, for most astrophotography cameras, you do get this amp glow that is inherent in many images. But you can calibrate all this information out by using your subframes. So it's not just the images that we take that are important. There are the subframes that you need to add in to take out any of the issues that come up with astro images. Hello, Yan. Good to see you in here. So this is, we got about 15 minutes worth of data on Bode's Nebula. Or Bode's Galaxy. Only 12 million light years away. This one is still relatively close by. It is one of the most conspicuous spiral galaxies in the sky, forming a physical pair with its neighbor M82, the Cigar Galaxy. I'll drop one in there. Exclamation point drop. You want to get a chance to get a gifted sub. Discovered along with M82 by Johann Bode, and sometimes referred to as Bode's Nebula. M81 is one of the easiest and most rewarding galaxies for amateur astronomers in the Northern Hemisphere. With telescopes with apertures of 8 inches or larger, we use an 8-inch telescope. This is our 8-inch telescope. Telescope, 8-inch telescopes are needed to distinguish structure in the galaxy and show a striking example of grand design spiral galaxies. Near perfect arms spiral into the core, a blazing oval containing a bright nucleus. It is a very rewarding target to view, and we can, now that we've added a few more images, we can increase. We can adjust our... Actually, we'll push this a little farther than we normally would, because we're kind of getting a little cropped in on this image, and we can start to see more details in the galaxy. Those double spiral arms are becoming more prevalent with each additional exposure. And earlier, what Sim was mentioning about with getting rid of information we don't need, portions like this very specific red. These are hot pixels within the camera. These portions here, these little fuzzy pinkish red areas, are nebulae within this galaxy. Star-forming regions, 12 million light years away. And I gotta say, like, seeing it, like, oh my gosh, it's actually looking like ridiculously good at the moment. So, I said 12 million years ago is when light emanated from this galaxy. So we're only seeing it as it was 12 million years ago. Speed of light can only travel at a finite speed. And it takes time for this light to accumulate on our sensor. So we're using a color camera, which is how we're getting a little bit of the different tones within the galaxy, some different colors within the stars. But again, these little pockets of red, dotted around might be some bits of blue and green. Those are the pixels that you would want to get rid of in your final image processing. Little things like this, little clips of green, we don't need those in our images. We want to be able to get more time on these targets. let's push things a little farther so we can see the spiral arms. So M81 is about 12 million light years away, as determined by Hubble Space Telescope observations of Cepheid variables within it. The true diameter of M81 is at least 70,000 light years. Its mass has been calculated to be around 250 billion suns, and it makes it somewhat heavier than our Milky Way. M81 is the brightest of a group of 34 galaxies called the Messier 81 Galaxy Group. The distance to the center of the cluster is about 12 million light years. It is the second nearest galaxy group to our local group, and M81 includes the addition of two Messier objects, NGC 2967 3077, as well as NGC 2366 and 2403 in Camelopardalis, and NGC 2436 in the constellation of Draco. So there is the partner galaxy M82, which its structure is greatly differs from what we're seeing in this galaxy. So it makes them a very interesting pair. So as we see in this image from Sim, this is the galaxy we're looking at right now, and its partner not too far away, even like within the group of the galaxies that they are part of, they are still very close, relatively close together. So it is these are very interesting targets to image on their own, but it's also really cool to check out these targets in a wider field of view to kind of get the feeling of where they lie in space. But this is our live stack that's going on right now. As live as I say live, it's 12 million years ago, but we're getting there. Rhino Lion, how you doing? Good evening to you. How are things? Wonderful to have you in here. All right, how does outside look? Can we still see stars? We've been fighting with the clouds. I think at this point we may be on very limited time with our weather. So we'll keep an eye on. Guiding is actually working. Guiding is going really well tonight. Aside from that little hiccup of clouds, everything seems to be working really well. So this is our current target, M81 in Charles Messier's catalog of astronomical objects. We're using the ZWO ASI Air to control our telescope. You can't see. Actually, no, you can see it. The little Raspberry Pi controlled computer that we have sits atop the telescope, and that's this little guy up here, and that controls the mount and the cameras, and it will allow us to choose our exposure time and what we want to do to bring you these interesting images of outer space. This is the smaller version, the original ASI Air, not as capable as the newer version that we have attached, but it is the same idea. And that's why you don't stick it in there. This is the Raspberry Pi version. It'll give off its own Wi-Fi signal, or you can connect it to your local network, which is what I do to control the telescope, remaining nice and warm in my office while it is, well, we're sitting just below 0 degrees Celsius at the moment, but otherwise keeping warm. The camera is capable of cooling to sub-zero temperatures to try to reduce as much noise that will accumulate while you are exposing images. That thermal noise can build up to great temperatures into like 14 degrees Celsius, 25 degrees. I've seen my old camera, this one here, get up to, we're up to like maybe almost 30 degrees Celsius. And that much noise and that much heat on a camera sensor is going to produce a great deal of noise, which can start to obscure certain smaller stars in the image that you're trying to take a look at. No rain. No rain today. Actually, we had snow this morning. So going from snow to a little bit of rain and then clear skies. Yeah, I'm counting count myself very fortunate for the weather that we've been having as of late. How old is light from that galaxy? 12 million years old. So it has taken 12 million years for these photons to reach our camera sensor. Now the stars, on the other hand, that we see in our image, those are much closer. Those are within our own galaxy, save for some of the other brighter stars that'll be beyond within M51. Ooh, some Great Lakes precipitation. Groggy Nod, how you doing? How are things? Does the ASIR provide the software we're seeing exporting the image also, or are there separate systems? The ASIR is a completely contained system. Everything is saved within the ASIR Plus. It has the onboard memory of we got about almost 30 gigs on there, but we are running out of space. Oh gosh, we're running out of space. All right, I think I need to let's get rid of that one's fine. We don't need that one tonight. Save some get some space available on there. The photons experience no time in getting here. No, they don't experience time the way we do, which is again a mind-blowing fact in itself. Can you explain what is shown in the graphs at the bottom? This portion this portion that we're seeing down here is just the information of the histogram. See, we can zoom out, and really all we're seeing, if we reset that, is just adjusting the dark levels within the image and all the lighter areas. The closer you bring these two together, the more a little bit of information may get clipped. But there isn't for what we're doing right now, there isn't a great deal of information that lies anywhere beyond this midpoint, and it just will help cut through any of the information we don't need to be looking at, which will help bring this image into view. So that's what we're just highlighting. We're not doing any editing. This is data that already exists within the image itself. So yeah, it's a little bit of the dark and brightness along these levels here, or around this area. These numbers up here, this is calculating how much the telescope has been moving over time. That's not good. That's not good at all. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Well, there's something new. Hugh, meteor showers. Yes. What? Oh my goodness. A bald engineer. Thank you so much for the follow. How you doing? It appears that the okay, at least these images are okay. Let me save this one. Oh my gosh, we may have had some catastrophic failure here. It may just be the full memory card. All right, we'll stop this exposure. We'll stop that one. Hang on. It's because I tried to. Maybe it's because I tried to stop the live stack. perhaps because I tried to delete the video. Let's see if that helps at all. No, it's still saying it needs to, oh boy. Encountered an error. Might be the memory card being full. Ooh. Okay, to be fair, I don't have any data on here that I haven't already saved on the computer. There's nothing. Oh boy. Can I recover anything at the moment? Can I access the ASI Air? Let's see. M51. Hang on a tick. Let me just oh boy. Oh crud. Oh. Hang on, let me just open a new window. Why is it? Okay, give me 2 seconds. All right, we copied that. If anything, I just want to save this data that I've got from M81 because I've added some time on this target. Oh my gosh. Apologies. New Pixel Perfect. Thank you so much for the follow. I'm just doing a little bit of recovery on here for a second. Recoverable, but definitely not something you want to see while broadcasting live to the world. Not when Print just yeeted itself off the bed. Oh no! Oh dear, Corey. Oh dang. Read and Rap. Oh my goodness, Read and Rap. How you doing? Ari Deacon Wife. All right, give me a second here. Give me 2 moments. Let me recombobulate. Just had the memory system on the ASI Air. Just go bonkers. Zane Smith. Hello, Zane. How you doing? Ari Deacon Wife. Thank you so much for the 200 bits. While we're at it, let's bring that down to 3,351. Thank you very much. And earning a new bits badge. Congratulations on that for the 200 bits. And 200 bits worth of our Ghost Pepper Peanuts. Suspense.
Since you're eating spicy anyway, appreciate the stream. You got this. Deep breath lol.
Suspense, thank you very much for the 100 bits. Of course, but still, what a mess. Oh boy. Suspense, thank you so much for the 100 bits. I'm gonna give you some bonus peanuts on that one. Thank you very much. Okay. Now, has the warning gone away? Nope. It still says that we're having some issues. It's still claiming that it is corrupt. Oh boy. Please back up the files before formatting. I wonder what's that going to do? You finally got your burn. Your burn from those settled down. The burn has just restarted now. Okay, let me save a couple more files. Let me do a little bit of... How's that? Okay, look at the pricing. Formatting will erase everything. I have saved pretty much all the data off of this anyway. 303,251. It's like formatting a USB drive. If I format the eMMC, what else goes away? Is that going? Isn't it like the whole software? Is it? Like, am I gonna have to? Is it? Oh my gosh. Here's a good thing to wonder about. Does it power down the ASI Air, or does it just format the drive, but everything else keeps working? Maybe it's something that I'll just do. That's a good question. You hope not. Well, you know what? I'm going to do it. Maybe I will become the reason that we know whether or not that actually works. If it is smart. What else is supposed to be on the card? What else is on the card is just data. It's just the files that we have that we've saved. So the ASI Air, the eMMC, that is okay. That's a different file source. Let's do this for a second. Let me just bring that over. So there's the onboard file, and then the rest of the thing. So it is formatting this. It's possible there are two partitions, one for the operating system, one for the data. Sounds like it's asking to delete the whole device. If you stick the card in the computer, you might be able to find the folder with the photos in it. Well, this is the folder the folder has our photos in it. I have downloaded everything else off of here. The our latest auto run. Notice there's nothing in my darks. But no, I've saved everything off of this already. And just now saved the stack that we did for M51. Oh, this is a tough one. Back to using Kura for a slicer. Freaking Persis slicer was going to take almost 24 hours to print a file. That should have taken more than 8 or 9. Is that like different? I'm not familiar with all the different. Is it just a type of filament? We are using BlueStacks to control everything. Man, I don't know what's gonna happen if I click that. If we format. Oh boy. I mean, if we have a, you know what? If I have a, I have a video copy of what will happen if you have to format the eMMC of some sort of corruption that has occurred. I've downloaded the latest file that we have imaged. I'm happy with that data. Actually, ooh, you know what? Let me should I save our logs? Yeah, I'm gonna save these two folders as well. Oh boy. This is formatting the ASI Air itself, or the eMMC memory. I'm going to documents, open a new window. Let's save that. Our logs have been saved. There we go. And also I have video evidence of what has happened here. So, oh boy. Hang on a second. Let's well, let's have a look. All right, I've saved this one in this is saved in BlueStacks. Yes, good. Perfect. All right, excellent. These are all saved within BlueStacks. Does eMMC have the OS on it? I do not believe it does. That is just the onboard memory for the ASI Air. So if anything, it is just might want to get a replacement card every once in a while too. Flash memory is limited to the number of write operations before memory stops working. I mean, this is still fairly new, and it's the onboard memory, so I don't even have any cards or USB devices attached to it as of yet. So all right, I'm going to take a quick look into. We're going to go over here for a second. Onboard flash storage. Suppose it's a YOLO moment, perhaps. How's it going, AZ Pinoy? Good to see you. I finished this night of imaging last night. Turned the unit on this morning to update the app first. Firmware only to be faced with this message afterward. This is posted today. Question is, I only got it in January. What do I do now? I've only had the emailed. I assume if the disk is formatted, the operating system goes as well. Let's see. Nobody's answered this yet. Oh, crap on a cracker. So if this is today, and after updating the firmware, I wonder if how many other people had this. Let's see, does anybody else have some information? Possibly a bad update. If that is, that people have if more people have lost data. Oh boy. Early adopter. Oh my goodness. Ha. Oh my goodness, Hugh. Hugh 99.52. Oh my gosh. All right. Give me a second. Hugh, if you want to choose someone to gift a sub to, I will do that. Or if you just want to donate it just as a grand subscription to the community, let me know. But oh my gosh, early adopter problems. Am I right? See, but the thing is, you can't deny the update. I don't even have an account on Cloudy Nights. Shame on me. Nobody has. This is early this morning. Oh my gosh. Give it to Groggy Nod. All right, let's do that. For the landing of 99.52, a gifted sub to Groggy Nod, courtesy of Hugh Funking Knew It. If you have things saved, reformat. Please do this here, as solving issues such as is a part of the hobby. Yes, we're going to do that. We're going to do that. So right after we place Groggy Nod on the spike of appreciation. $99.52. There we go. Thank you very much, Hugh, for playing the game, getting Groggy Nod in. Ow, son of a biscuit. Yeah, that's a dent. Almost impaled myself on the spike of appreciation. All right. EMMC corruption. EMMC is the type of drive, so I understand why it's asking for format. Some cells have failed. You would assume a new card is needed. Putting myself on the spike of appreciation. I appreciate my thumb. All right. Well, seeing how it is also this hour. Let's see. All right. We have our data. I have saved logs. I've downloaded things. You're going to ask, have I spiked my hand at all earlier? Just now. Just now we did that. Hello, Sims Parrot. How are you doing? So yes, basically a SD card soldered onto the board. So if at worst, we will have to get a memory card installed on here. Very cute, Burb. NW06, new world order. This is Bode's Nebulae. This is Messier 81. A galaxy that's a little farther away than what the Andromeda Galaxy is. Okay. In attempting not to jinx it, you jinxed it. All right. Yeah, let's see what happens. Here we go. EMMC corruption. Doing this live. M81 should have known that. I will say because I had it zoomed in so close. I had it so close to the camera. Don't do it. No. No, we need to know. All right, here we go. 1 minute. 1 minute on the poll up above. Format, yes or no? Format, yes or no? You think Gaffleg?
Water.
Think the OS will go away?
Water. This the water.
Format. What's it going to be? It's going to be 4 say, 5 say, 6 say. ASIR OS is in red. It will go away. What do we got here? What are we up to? 6 yes, 3 are saying no. Oh boy. Well, they wouldn't have the option if it was catastrophic. All right, 6 say yes to format. Not the right link. All right, no worries. Try a reboot before. Okay, so if we send this thing, send it back to home. All right, okay. First thing of developers, turn it off and on again. Actually, can I restart it? Am I able to, Oh yes, we can restart the device. All right. Let's turn it off and on again. So we'll send it back to home. Put it back to the home position. Let's see how this works. If anything, this is a... Wow, it is frosty out there. Look how sparkly the telescope is. I should do one of these. All right, telescope has been sent back. There we go. That's in the home position. Current memory, we have freed up some space. Now we can delete. We can clear saved files. Only the files saved by the ASIR will be deleted. This action cannot be undone. But it also needs to be formatted. Okay, let's do the... let's restart. Let's restart and see what happens. Configuration data saved. Well, it was everything. You know, when I updated the software today, the firmware today, everything went all wonky. So let's give it a second to restart, because I will need to. Oh, sugar lumps and measles. Let's see. Oh my gosh. Well, I appreciate those who have been sticking around today. Can we roll back easily? All right. We are reconnected. No error. No error. None of the errors. Oh. Thank you. Thank you, Sim, for that pause. Thank goodness. Yes, no, we didn't. Oh, my goodness. Supernova 50 AZ, what's going on? How are you doing? Oh my goodness. Why do we see here is the ups and downs of astrophotography. Oh no. No. All right. All right. It looks like we got to do it. Groggy nod. Oh boy. All right. Aren't computers fun? Yes. By the way, Sim, I'm not going to take the VIP away. You help out on here. No other choice. Exactly. That's it. All right. This is part of the space adventure. And you know what? This is what, as a servant of astrophotography and sharing these experiences with everyone, yeah, we got to do it. You'd wait for another firmware update. Like, how soon are they going to put out a firmware update? That's the only thing. Is anybody giving it an answer on here? No. Well, I got to see what happens. And okay, if this is, I was just about to say, if anything does go wrong, we have a spare ASIR. We got a spare one in here. These the 100 bits. I didn't take that off of the total, did I? I didn't have a way to make this a automatic thing. Try SCE to aux. I don't think I have that option. But we have the original ASIR. If anything goes wonky, just a little bit of just a little bit of options there. Alex, have a very good night. Ghost Peppers are coming back. Thank you for joining us. All right, here we go. Formatting the eMMC on the ASIR Plus. Yeah, Here, actually, here, let's do a little bit of a quick introduction on what we're doing here. What's going on, everybody? My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and we have had a catastrophic failure of our eMMC memory card on the ASI Air Plus. We have restarted the system with no avail. It still is coming up with the eMMC corruption. So, yes, here we go. We're going to reset. We're going to format, and hopefully we only lose the memory. Hopefully we only lose the files that we've saved for our images, which I've already downloaded. I've already saved them on the computer. So let's hit that format. If the screen goes black, we know what happened at least. Yeah, if the entire stream cuts out. Is that it? Was that it? Did it format? There we go. Are we connected? I say so if it still sees data. Reboot. Yeah, let's restart. Restart it. Let's see how this all works. Oh my god, that was incredibly. Okay. If I'm sharing, I'll share that video. Yeah, there's going to be a big fat womp womp womp. That was low.
Holy potatoes!
Low key, he's detected an asteroid coming straight for Earth, and we must format to save the planet. Shh. No. All right, let's give it a second. Check if it's doing the beepity beep beep beep. There we go. It is back online. Okay, there we go. The OS is still there. Ari Deacon wife, glad to have you in here. Hopefully you're having a good evening. Much better than what we've been doing right now. All right. So everything seems to be okay at the moment. Camera is going back to cooling, I think. Yeah, the camera, that's running. To be fair, we don't need it down to 20 degrees Celsius at the moment. You are chilling before bed. Well, appreciate you being in here today. On the bright side, we got plenty of space now. Oh, hopefully this is it's probably going to be like they're going to punch out an update saying, "Oh, don't format. It's okay. We'll get it work." No, it's too late. I formatted. We've gotten rid of our data. However, we still have all of these images that we've saved. So that's all right. All right, I'm going to switch this just to minus 15. So we don't have to keep cooling it any more than we need to. So, DGAG, how you doing? All right, let's just take a quick image of something right now, and just make sure that everything is still working, and then we'll. Do I do anything with the images I collect? I do process some of them. Other times, we will just share the images here, and we'll save them. We'll kind of go back and look at things when we have cloudy evenings. All right, let's see. Has anything changed? No, sender exposure time, still 5 seconds. That's fine. We are back guiding. Why I chose to start guiding toward the North Star. You need to clear your SD card in your ASIR Pro now. You've never mounted your ASIR as a remote device before. Is there any trick to it? Utilizing the ASIR like how I'm using it, or that you're using it to store things with a like another USB stick. Because the ASIR Pro should still be, you just pop in a USB, and that would be fine. You would look into non-eMMC. I'd imagine this read-write being a space camera. eMMC stuff is fine for most of us. Maybe yours is a bit more than average, though. I think the security is replaceable. Of a good idea. Just to drag the FITS files off of it. If you connect it, 2 seconds, Sim. There, you can connect it to the network, and you can download it that way. So if you connect the and you plug it into, not your computer, into your router, the Ethernet cable from the ASIR, and in your browser, you would just type that //ASIR, but also if you spell it correctly. If I accidentally ran a few sessions with a USB drive, so you got files on your SD card. So yes, if you take it in, so if you just write it in the address bar, you write it up in here, you can you get to the files. So that way you don't have to take any cards out. You don't have to worry about corrupting anything. Although in the case of doing this, clearly getting rid of a file while you're writing to the device is a problem. Are you still biting your fingernails watching this? All right, let's we got to pick a target. We have to go anywhere, somewhere. We'll go back over to M81. I think that's the best idea at the moment. Let's see. I mean, we can still see stars down there. So we have our clear skies. Leo triplet. I'll have to see if we have the if Leo should be in view, although if it's depending where it is in the south. All right, autos. Tiny bit of movement. Oh, this is intense. Okay. All right. How close are we? No, we're gonna get closer. Want to get closer? Oh my goodness. Oh. First of all, most of all, I appreciate all the input that has been given, and it is incredibly helpful. And if anything I've done has helped you, and things that everyone has put in, the input has helped me as well. And that's what I love about the astrophotography community, is that there are so many avenues that we can take to help each other and make sure that we are getting the most enjoyment out of the night sky as possible, and not dealing with so much frustration with our equipment. So it is fantastic to have you all along for the ride. Let's wait for guiding to settle down for a second, and we'll take a few images of M81 and see if it all saves. Doesn't look like any of my settings have changed. Stack every frame when... Save every frame when stacking. Stack duration, no limit, 180 seconds, that's fine. That's what we want. Could you imagine if this was happening and we were traveling through space? I mean, technically we are traveling through space, but... yeah, if we're having this calamity occur. Equipment drama is part of the journey. Well, hopefully this part of the... This part of the drama has subsided. Looks like the guiding is going a little wonky, but you know what? For the most part, that's not what we're looking for right now. We just want to see that everything is working out. It's always perfect timing. Oh my goodness. All right. Well, aside from this horrendous memory loss on the ASI Air, all right, why is the declination going for a walk? What is it doing? BRB snack time for you. No worries.
Holy potatoes.
No worries. And we've had a few snacks here. We've had some peanuts, and I greatly appreciate the bits donated. Even though my mouth burns, I do appreciate it. Well, let's see if this image will come into play. Will be saved on the memory card. I needed some fresh air after that tense moment. I feel it. Oh, my goodness. All right. 75 seconds. And as long as that is going to cooperate. It's good that the OS is still there. That it just got rid of the data. Everything else seems to be running. Like I said, it's back to it's at the OS, the operating system that we were utilizing before. So this is the latest version, and again, one of the cool things about it is that it has the planetary software, the Planetarium software built in. So now instead of needing to jump between different software, different programs on your phone or your tablet, you're able to take a look at around wherever you may want to see what targets are going to be available to you. So I think this is an awesome feature that's finally been added to the ASI Air. If you haven't heard or read it yet, I highly recommend the audiobook Failure is Not an Option. It's about the evolution of early incarnations of the NASA space program. I have not, but I would definitely like to check that out. So yes, this is our field of view that we have available to us. So yeah, it is a small field of view. So not every popular target would fit in here. We can get 2/3 of the Leo triplet in this configuration, or if we really try hard, we can get most of them. Blue box that is on here is where you're aiming. Is where you're imaging at the moment. But this is a brand new addition to the ASI Air Plus, the ASI Air Pro. And like I said, instead of having to jump over to Stellarium or another planetarium program that you have in your on your phone or device, you can still stay within the app and pick your target. I think there should be hopefully some improvements to have a little more options for the targets readily available, because unless you know exactly where to look, then yeah, it can be a little difficult. Ooh, hang on a second. Hang on a tick. We got Cygnus rising. We have some targets within it. We've got some Milky Way targets that are, a little low on the horizon for us, but we could possibly head over to Lyra. Look at a ring nebula, perhaps. All right, let's see. I think Mark Roberts' link is still works free copy. I'm not 100% sure though. All right, I'll take a look for that. If Groggy Nod, within our Discord, we do have a books and movies section. That if you do want to drop that, even that suggestion, you don't have to put a link, but I can, as long as that's there to check things out afterward. Do I ever look for near-Earth objects or asteroids? We have attempted to look for some comets in the past, but with little success at the moment. Trying to find out what's a nice bright target to look at has been interesting. Astro Canuck also needs a snack. How about the cracker with the pepper on it? I mean, look, if we get to that point, then I will instantly eat the ghost pepper. If not, then it'll kind of go into some other recipe that I'll eat down the line. So it won't go to waste, but it is just one of those things. We're so spoiled with Stellarium, but this is a major improvement for the ASI Air. It is. It's so good to have that in there. One thing that something like Sky Safari still holds over what's in the ASI Air is just all the details for the target that you're looking at. It just gives more of an insight to the what it is you're looking at, so you have a greater understanding of why it looks the way it does. So things like because of M51's proximity and the large size, it's also a popular target for professional astronomers. The Spitzer Space Telescope has observed infrared emission of interstellar dust in M81 spiral arms. This interstellar dust is associated with star formation regions whose hot, short-lived blue stars are very effective at heating the dust. M81 has an active galactic nucleus which harbors a supermassive 70 million solar mass black hole. So things like that, a little bit of information that they probably won't be putting on the ASI Air. So it solves a issue with finding your targets, which is great, because looking at, when you're just kind of searching for a target, just by typing it in, you don't know exactly where it might be on the horizon, so it's not that easy to locate. Wild Cosby, thank you very much for the follow. Thank you very much for being with us tonight. We're glad to have you in here, and that's all. Good luck on the drop. Let's dip. There we go. Do one more drop on there. Which star is the guiding locked onto now? Do you select a different guiding star for each target? For the guide star, this one of the additions that has been done on the ASI Air is multi-star guiding. So no longer is it focusing on just one star. Well, actually, technically it is focused on one star, but it is using a few other stars in its field of view to make sure that everything is accurate as possible. So I've seen a great improvement using multi-star guiding over previous versions of just using a single star guiding. But it does change every time you do switch to a new target. It is going to pick a new selection of stars and just instantly recalibrate. So you are guiding as best as possible. All right, so we have we got a couple of images saved. They are selected automatically. If I were to, let's let this last one stack up here, and I'll stop the exposure on this target. We will let this last one save. It looks like there may have been a little bit of movement in that first image, but that is all right. A tiny bit of improvement with each passing exposure. Just being able to discern more details in this target. Do you know what minimum magnitude objects I'm able to view? That is a very good question. Offhand, I have not actually looked into our magnitude. Now, looking at, okay, I guess going for certain comets that are maybe, I believe some have been like 15th magnitude, perhaps, that I haven't been able to view. I try to find targets that are at least close to the minus, or at least not too far away from pardon me, from any of the dimmer objects. Anyone got a good tutorial or video on how to use a Batinoff mask? Mojo Jojo, how you doing? How you doing, Mojo? Batting off masks are pretty straightforward. And it's a great little tool where you would have the X that would be shown up and that middle line. As long as that middle line sits nice and perfect between those the X, everything is nice and it's all nice and in focus. One thing, actually, I guess because of that, I would be happy to put up a tiny little tutorial video. It wouldn't be like it'd be like maybe a week or two to get that sorted out, but a bit of a quick rundown on how to use a focusing mask. Yeah, excellent. Good to hear you're doing well, Mojo. Bellanissima, how's it going, Belly? Good to see you. You got one for your guide scope and your main scope, but just usually use the ASIR focus setting. I mean, it's a quicker way to get your focus in line. But good to see you, Belly. Oh my goodness! All right. So it looks like things are working well. So that's good. We're back on track with our images. I'm going to leave it on here just for a little bit while we're getting some more images of M51. This is a galaxy 12 million light years away. Oh, you know when you eat ghost pepper peanuts and you have it on your hand and then you rub your eye? No. It burns a little. Oh. Yep. You thought salted cashews were bad. You almost did it today. Oh my goodness. Lately, your largest issue when looking back at your old files is all focus. Now, the thing is, Sim, with the focus will change, can fluctuate during the night as well. So that would, I for one have not been a candidate for going out and adjusting the focus. Yeah. No, don't eat ghost pepper peanuts. But if you do, don't rub your eye with the same hand that you hold your nuts in. Your ghost pepper peanuts in. Sounds like motivation for you to install the EAF. Install the EAF. Put it in there. Get it on the telescope. Raycar 1748. Welcome. Thank you so much for the follow. How are you doing today? Oh boy. Oh my goodness. You've had your YOLO for the night. You should have a YOLO too. Just get that focuser on there. If not, I'm just going to buy it off you. All right. Well, okay. At least the good thing is that I didn't have this on my stuck on my hands, because that would be even worse pain for a pure ghost pepper. So yes, I as always, while I do appreciate the bits, I also appreciate that we weren't at that goal tonight. So that is well appreciated. We are getting closer to the big Lego set reveal. If we don't reach that, that's fine. Eventually down the line, we'll put that challenge back up. All sorts of different goals that we want to be doing for April, and as such, because things have been had changed a little bit in terms of our goals, because we did start in late March. things are going to extend pretty much toward the end of April, and then May we'll have some new goals. We'll talk about what we'd like to achieve for future streams, and just things that we want to work toward, and bring you some more interesting content on stream. This Sunday has been very, very interesting. That we had 2 streams today, and my goodness, it has been a wonderful amount of awesome people joining us. And the fact that we've done some serious troubleshooting with the ASI Air tonight. Everything seems to be back up and running. I've saved all our files, which is doing really well right now. You didn't get the hand controller with yours, but you think it'll be okay using the control. Yes, I think the hand controller. It would be required to be like near the telescope, whereas with the ASI Air, you can control everything within the app, and you can enjoy the relaxing time sitting in your warm office. What's a hand controller? Am I right? Imagine. So as always, we have our drop game that runs. Usually this is running for our Lazy Sunday Lego stream while we are building our Lego set. We are continuing our build of the Monkey Kid Galactic Explorer, because why not have a cool colored rocket ship? Who wouldn't want one of these sitting on their desk? So that was today's build. Next Sunday morning, we will continue on with the build. There are a bunch of stickers in this set, so it's going to take a while. It might even turn into it'll be definitely a 3rd stream. Who knows if we're going to have a 4th on this one? But I'm always happy to join you on Sunday mornings. Tuesday night, we are adding a new stream day, and that is going to be labeled as Astro's Potpourri, because we'll be doing some crafting, some art, some space-based games, and just adding some different things I like to incorporate within the world of astronomy. Cosmolano, hello, how you doing? The only thing left for you is either the 2-inch 5 or 7 slot filter wheel. That'd be the next puzzle piece. That's true, adding in filters. I would like to get, if I'm using the color camera, I would like to get a 5-slot filter wheel. And when we get into monochrome, then we go for the 7-slot filter wheel. So that way we're just switching. If we're moving different telescopes, it is just off the entire filter wheel setup. And then, but see, we're going to use down the line. It is, we'll be using more cameras and scopes at the same time. Do you have any thoughts on the measurement problem in quantum mechanics? Quantum mechanics is not my field of expertise. So unfortunately at the moment, I don't have any thoughts on that. But there are other things we like to dabble in and explore within the realm of physics. But quantum mechanics, not my strong suit. Sim, you're not planning on doing ongoing monochrome yet. Me neither, but you know what? I want to. I want to go monochrome. And especially with the monochrome brother to this camera. So we can add some amazing luminance data and very specific hydrogen alpha data to our think about adding that data to our sets. Do you think about relativity much doing astrophotography? I think of the limitations of special relativity, the fact that we can't see objects as they are, just as they were, and wondering what do the pillars of creation look like at this very moment. You know, we're looking at them as they were 6,400 years ago. Look at the Orion Nebula, only 1,400 light years away. Still, That's 1,400 years of evolution within that target that we don't see yet. So maybe in that sense, I think about that. The limitations of our existence, which somehow seems like even heavier than what we normally have. Can you still do narrowband filters with a color camera? Yes, but it's not going to be as detailed and as satisfying with a monochrome camera, because if you're shooting in hydrogen alpha and you're only getting that red end of the spectrum being captured on the red part of the sensor, you're losing like 75% of your image. So you need to increase the integration time. It's not going to be as impactful, which is why for most color cameras there is at least a duo narrowband filter. So you're at least getting 2 bands of light in red and blue, and a little bit of green kind of trickling over. What's my dream setup? I don't know, owning time on the James Webb. My dream setup changes because it depends on the goal of what I want to do. If I want to do deep sky, if I want to do wide field. I think there's no one single solitary setup that I would have for astrophotography that would make me say, yes, this is the definitive set that would make me say, I'm not going to buy any more equipment. I'm done with that. We'll use this one for all time. You've always wanted to buy a monochrome camera, but the filter wheels are kind of expensive. I mean, there's the trade-off with monochrome and color. Yes, there's a bigger investment that can come with monochrome data or with monochrome cameras, but the images that you can get from a monochrome camera, you are using the entire sensor. Every bit of real estate is being used for every single pixel. Whereas the color camera, you need a little more patience. There are some limitations. You need to add more integration time to your images. But on the flip side is that you get to see an image that is in color, that has color contrast. I guess this galaxy isn't a fantastic example of seeing things in color, but something like we look at. Go back to a favorite, the Orion Nebula. You can see the colors in this star-forming region. Thanks for validating your approach. You're just detailing what you're looking for on Discord rather than talking about the equipment and asking about what fits your constraints and targets. I mean, whatever help we can give out is, as long as I can point people in the right direction, and then narrow the questions down even farther to some certain specifics. The journey of astrophotography is going to be different for everybody. Your goals are going to be different. I love doing this, so a color camera works very well for what I like to do. I'm not aiming to shoot APOD quality images. I'm aiming to share the universe with people as quickly as we can. And if it is to the detriment of some of the limitations of our camera, then so be it. I mean, you look at this. Who would look at this image and go, mate, that you're trying to show me here? What is this garbage? Space. Pfft, space is boring. So this is. I am illustrating my goals, but I also like to hear what everybody else likes to do. And that's the thing, monochrome can capture way more detail. Yeah, exactly, because you're just using the entire sensor. And I love when we get the clear skies. And for the most part, how tonight had turned out, I was worried that we were going to have to cut things off much earlier. I always wonder about that too, but you always think about that too. You wonder do things exist before us? Do things exist for us before we see them? Like, isn't it how we see them right now? It's how they physically are for us. In what sense could they exist in a way we can't observe? different wavelengths, different distances. There is our observable universe, but there is still a universe beyond our observable universe. Everything we see is in the past. Everything we hear is in the past. You know, I see my hand, but I'm seeing my hand as it was like millionths of a second ago, nano and picoseconds. Whereas the moon, 1 light second away. We see the moon as it was a second ago. Although this image of the moon that we saw a second ago is, well, probably about maybe 4 hours old now. But still, it's those limitations. Your stuff is out of focus half the time. You're not going to lose sleep over it. If you're still enjoying what you're doing for astrophotography, and you are the one who is satisfied, there's no single person is going to win astrophotography. Although maybe Damien Peach won this week, but still, that's a totally different story. It is for the enjoyment and the love of everything that is out in our galaxy, in our universe. And there's always countless targets that we can look at whenever the skies are clear. Or if you are a radio astronomer, then it doesn't matter. Clouds. They can do whatever they want if you're into radio astronomy. So that is my purpose for what we love to do here. We're just showing you something different. We had a crescent moon tonight, but we can still see the entire moon. The moon doesn't stop at that terminator. It isn't just this little sliver. It is always incredible to share these images of the night sky and to share this time with you. And for those who spend the time in this stream, now those who are lurking, I appreciate the lurks as well. You know, there's more people than just me on Twitch, yet believe it or not. There are tons of people who are doing amazing things. So when I see people join in at the beginning of the stream and you're still here 4.5 hours later, I appreciate that immensely. Time is that one commodity we can't get back. So I thank you so much for all of this. And I thank you so much for the support that people give with raids and hosts and just shouting out about what we do here, sharing the universe as often as possible, showing you something that your meat cameras may not be able to discern in outer space. It is always my pleasure to bring you these images of the night sky, and I will work harder to bring you more images, more interesting situations. And yeah, if the whole system fails, then we all experience that together. And you see that formatting your ASI Air Plus for the eMMC card. Yeah, you lose your data. Just a reminder to back things up as often as possible, but it'll still work. We're still capturing images. We have 9 stacked images now of 9 stacked images of Bode's Nebula. And things are looking good. It's back on track. Mars is just far enough away that when they land the rover, they send the command, and by the time we see the landing sequence, it's already on the surface. Things like that. That's like minutes away, and it's still like incredibly terrifying. Of course, but for us to ask about a phenomenon, we must collect information on it. This information comes to us from the form of light, for example. So then you wonder if a phenomenon exists for you before any information about it has time to reach you. Cosmilano, I present you with this book. What we cannot know. It illustrates what we do know, what we can't know, and what we don't know yet. Take a look, if you can, at this book, and if you want some mind-blowing, deeper meaning and information on everything that we do, don't, and can't know, that it is the cover art. It is a warping book to read. So I think what I'll also probably do is, because we do have a great number, I do have a bunch of books, is maybe we will start introducing like a book of the week or a book of the month that y'all can check out. So yeah, it's I highly recommend it. What an awesome chain of events that just happened. Sometimes I can't write this stuff. We can't force any of this. This is all as organic as possible, which is why I also love doing this more than writing a YouTube video. That is, I love the spontaneity of things. I like being on the spot. You see some clouds. You can do your go, no go poll later. All right. Well, good luck on that, Caleb. This question has recently become your new favorite. I like that question. That is a very good question to ask, Cosmolano. It's King Cleo. Your Majesty. Go, no go poll. I don't have a poll. You want to write a poll? You can do a poll. You can do hash or slash poll. All right, it is it's 1:45, and yes, while we still have some clear skies, will be ground systems go, network go, clouds go. Is the book title kind of referencing Bush's Secretary of Defense quote about the unknown unknowns? No, that's nothing to do with any of that there. Happy Nightmares. This is all based off of how we know what we know about space and the universe. Go, no go poll like launches go, no go. Stream start, go. Bits, go. Subs, no go. All right, fine. All right, yes, because it is 2 a.m. There are things that I need to do tomorrow. Exciting things that I can't really talk about at the moment. It's a little IRL based, but as best as I can say, I hope that we have a positive outcome for speaking with some people tomorrow, or I guess later today. You ran into Stephen Wolfram. He is a program that you think is trying to predict everything. At least the scrub stream is a lot cheaper than a scrub launch. That's true. But it has been my absolute pleasure to share this time with you today. Twice today, even. 2 times in one day. Oh, it has been a wonderful evening. It has been an absolutely tremendous evening with everybody today. I'm going to pick our raid target. Who are we going to send the love over to? Who are we going to go say hello? What do we have available? Let's go over to...
Let's go deep.
Yeah, here we go. We want to go say hello to a fairly new member of the LEGO community. I'm going to go say hello to Scotty Rotten. He is doing a 12-hour stream celebration for celebrating his 300 followers. So I think we're going to go say hello to Scotty. We've seen him in chat before. It is wonderful to check out some new people and show him the love. And yeah, go say hello. just like that. Not me tonight. You're getting up early to buy a 20-foot container to make a cabin with. Ooh, really cool. Awesome. That's tremendous. All right, those are our raid messages. For those who are subscribed, we got the holy potatoes. For those who are not subscribed, do not worry. We have the friendly face of Carl Sagan. You guys have been absolutely tremendous. A huge thank you to Flava Fade, Shelby Cake, as well as Rocket Sage, Chris Perillo, for the tremendous raids tonight. Always happy to see new members of a community dropping in, and hopefully we see some of those become familiar faces on the stream. We'll be back Tuesday with our arts and crafts space-based stream. Yeah, a new little bit of a new format we're going to be throwing into the mix, so always happy to see new people jumping in over there. We have our Discord and Twitter for whenever we're going to make some announcements when we're going live or some evergreen content. It has been my pleasure. Sunday mornings we are back with our Lego stream, continuing the build. I appreciate all the support that has been given over the month. It is our goals are a little wonky at the moment, but we'll get back on track come May. But for now, I thank you so much for joining us this evening. It has been a wonderful night. So happy to have you in here, and wonderful to meet new people. And so happy to have this time with you. Let's make sure we get the
Holy potatoes.
Get the right stream. We'll go say hello to Scotty Rotten. He is building the Fender Lego set, which looks awesome. It looks so cool. So I appreciate y'all hanging out tonight and spending your time. And once again, thanks to those who have donated bits and subscribed and resubscribed to the channel. It is, as always, it's my pleasure to bring you images of outer space, share the universe with you, one photon at a time. Where's it? Well, there we go. There's me. So I thank you so much. Once again, take care. We will see you soon. And as always, my name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. I'm not here to change the world. I'm here to share the universe. A very good evening, a very good morning, a very good night, wherever you are. And we will see you Tuesday. Take care.